is now called to order. Um, Let me direct the committee secretary to acknowledge our resource persons for today.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning and happy Valentine's to everyone. For the second public hearing on the analysis of the PISA 2022 results for the Philippines, we would like to acknowledge our resource persons. From the Department of Education, we have ASEC Alma Torrio, the Assistant Secretary for Curriculum and Teaching, and Director Laila Ariola from the Bureau of Learning Delivery. From the DepEd National Capital Region or DepEd NCR, we have the Regional Director, Director Jocelyn Andaya. From DepEd Region 4A, we have the Chief Education Supervisor, Dr. Virnaline Nama. From the DepEd Cordillera Administrative Region or DepEd CAR, we have Dr. Estela Carino, the Regional Director, and Dr. Nover Keith Limente. From the Commission on Higher Education, Technical Panel for Teacher Education, currently present is Mr. Erickson Reyes, but we're still waiting for Dr. Edison Fermin, the chairperson. Good morning, sir. From the Philippine Institute for Development Studies or PIDS, we have Dr. Michael Ralph Abrigo and Mr. Ed Marlingato. From the Assessment, Curriculum, and Technology Research Center or ACTRC, we have Dr. Kevin Carl Santos, Senior Research Fellow and also an Associate Professor at the Educational Research Area of the UP College of Education. From the Southeast Asian Ministers of Education Organization, Regional Center for Educational Innovation and Technology, or CIMEO Inotech, we have the Center Director, Dr. Leonor Magtoles Briones, who is also the former Secretary of DepEd, and Dr. Josdado M. San Antonio, Manager of the Educational Research and Innovation Office, or ERIO. From the Second Congressional Commission on Education, or EDCOM-2, we have Attorney Joseph Noel Estrada, the Chief Legal Officer. From the Philippine Normal University, we have Dr. Marilyn Balagtas, Vice President for Academics, and Dr. Gladys Nivera. From the University of the Philippines College of Education, in UP Diliman, Quezon City, we have Dr. Liza Marie Olegario, Associate Professor of Educational Psychology. We're still waiting for the representatives of UP, Open University Faculty of Education, and OECD, or the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, who will join us 1 p.m. via Zoom. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Comsec, and once again, thank you for joining us today in this motu proprio hearing on the 2022 PISA results. And happy Valentine's Day to all. Thank you for spending time with us. And tonight you can spend time with your dates. No? But well, Valentine's Day is the day of love, and we're all here because we love our school children. We love to see them grow as productive citizens. We love to give them the right education and the and quality education that will help them strive throughout their lives. So we're here to analyze the results of the 2022 PISA. We started off last week to look at the overall scores. But today we will go into the contextual variables that was included in the report. They have a lot, no? They have about 80 plus contextual variables, and it will take time for us to go through them all. But we only want to focus on some low-hanging fruits that we can look into and improve on, that will also improve learner outcomes and learner performance. The PISA itself is very rich in information and data, and I encourage everyone to take time to go through the data, to analyze the data, to cross-reference the data so that we can find solutions, low-hanging fruit and solutions that we can implement and recommend to policymakers and to the implementers. So today we have chosen a few contextual variables that we want to focus on, and we would like to also ask DepEd some updates on what they have been doing to address some of those issues. And then we can also we want to also hear from our resource person as to their opinion on how we can move forward with some of those variables. So we'll start off with some good news. And this is, I think, consistent in a lot of our, consistent last year and consistent last time and consistent this time, that girls outperform boys in terms of learner outcomes. And I'll show that slide. compared to the OECD average and even to other countries, Philippines is unique, and we should be proud of this because girls outperform boys in many of the subjects. No? But in this case, if you average all the scores, if you look at the overall scores, and we compare ourselves to other countries, we're actually girls in our country or girls who are going to school outperform boys. But I also saw some data, some information from the PSA, and I'll show this on the slide, that we also have one of the worst teenage pregnancies in our country. In fact, in 2017, 1 out of 10, um, 1 out of 10 15 to 19-year-olds um, become pregnant. And if they become pregnant, most likely they will stop school. And if they stop school, they will not gain knowledge to help them get gainfully employed. In 2022, that number has significantly gone down thanks to our advocates, especially with DepEd. But still, the number remains quite high at 5.4%. If you look at the number for the 15-year-old, it actually went up, no, from 0.5 to 1.4. So, in other words, even though girls outperform boys in our country in terms of academic performance, but a lot of them drop out because of teenage pregnancies. No? So I want to focus on this because definitely this is a societal problem, but we should also face this. And our schools being the catchment area for children, for school-age children, I would like to inquire from DepEd, and I've read some articles on this. No, that DepEd has been focusing on this, not only this time, but during the time of Secretary Briones and even prior. What programs are we doing in our school system in order to address teenage pregnancies and prevent dropouts from happening? So I would like to address that to DepEd, to anyone who can respond to that query. Sayang, because girls outperform boys. If we can keep them in school, that would be the best case. No? They go to college, you probably get a college degree and be gainfully employed. But if they drop out, most likely they will never go back to school. No? So I would like to ask DepEd if what programs have they been doing in order.
Yes. Yes, good morning, Senator, and to all the resources speakers. Good morning, Senator Binay.
Hello? Yeah, Yan. Go ahead. Go ahead, Asek.
Thank you again, Senator. But before anything else, again, let me extend my warmest greetings to Senator Win and Senator Binay. And of course, I would like also to give my special greetings to my former bosses, Secretary Liling and my USEC dads, and again to all the resources speakers. As to the present concern on teenage pregnancy, one measure that we had undertaken is the issuance of a DepEd policy on the implementation of the comprehensive sexuality education. And in that policy, Senator, we had mentioned various learning areas where we can integrate the discussion on comprehensive sexual education, like in values education, in good manners and right conduct, in the health, and in TLE po. As to the concern on the possible dropping out of our victims, or I don't know what's the proper term for them for now, we have these flexible options for our learners, one of which is the provision of alternative delivery mode. And so we had created our ADM roadmap, wherein part of the roadmap is the provision of learning resources, as well as the learning the appropriate learning delivery for those learners who are in special circumstances, like the learners that you had mentioned earlier, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman. Hindi, kasi napag-uusapan na yung teenage pregnancy and yung mga, ito yung mga 15-year-olds yung natanong sa PISA, di ba po ba? Yes, and noong 2022, we passed a law na ang statutory rape po is 16 below. Namomonitor ho nyo ba na itong mga pregnancy cases natin, hindi ito, ano nga ba yung tawag dun sa, kasi parang exempt, hindi kasama pag mag-boyfriend-girlfriend sila as part of the statute, yung Romeo and Juliet clause dun sa batas. But namamonitor nyo ho ba na walang abuse na nangyayari dito sa teenage pregnancies? Yung numero ho is very alarming. I mean, 19%, di ba 19% ho ata dun sa survey. Yung cause of dropout is because of pregnancy.
Yes, Senator Binay, I also, when I was a former regional director, I asked the same question, whether we had documented yung mga cases na ganon. But unfortunately, I don't know, there is another strand which takes charge of that concern, our operations strand. But and this can also be confirmed by our regional directors who are attending this meeting. But during that period po, ma'am, I was asking for a data ng mga victims na ganon, and unfortunately the information that I got was yun nga, parang ayaw pa ring lumantad yung mga ganon na concern, but now we are doing we are addressing that issue by reaching out to the parents as well as to the learners mismo po. Kaya nga po, Senator, I mentioned about the possibility of enrolling them, making use of our flexible learning options like ATM. As to the abuses, yes
Kasi
po.
kung hindi siya Romeo and Juliet, may criminal liability yung nagbuntis dun sa bata because of that new law na ang statutory rape 16 and below. So wala ho kayong parang protocol na kunyari may 16 below na nabuntis na bata, na may convergence kayo with DSWD na kailangan home visit nila yung bata and i-probe kung sino ba yung nagbuntis. Wala pa hong ganong ano ba yan? Protocol with DSWD and DepEd.
Senator, one thing I can mention is each school had created its child protection policy po. So perhaps that sexual abuse is one form of abuses po. And this covers yung teenage pregnancy, which may be reported to the Child Protection Committee po. And that committee is headed po by not only our internal stakeholders, yung mga school head po natin, but yung members po ng community. And one of the protocols po is victims, as reported to the Child Protection Committee, will be referred to the proper offices po, like DSWD or PNP, Department of Health. Ganun po, Senator. Thank you.
Siguro, Mr. Chairman, it's for another hearing. Baka magandang tingnan ko ano yung implementation na itong pinasa natin na statutory rape. Kasi hindi lang naman ho ngayon, may naririnig din ako yung mga ospital ho, kinukwento nila, nasushock nga sila kasi may mga 14-year-old, 15-year-old na nanganganak sa mga ospital nila. Yun lang, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Yes, Secretary Briones.
Happy Valentine's, Secretary Win, and Senator Win and Senator Nancy. Senator Win, you had two observations. One is the fact that girls tend to outperform boys, 15-year-old boys and girls. We were faced with the same observation in the admission process at the University of the Philippines, which exhibited the same trend. And the former dean of the College of Medicine, explained to us that girls tend to mature and be more serious than boys. And boys, of course, were starting to get more interested in girls. But then, as they mature further and go on their further studies, then the boys usually catch up or even excel. But at the particular age, the seriousness of the girls, the maturity of the girls tends to be earlier. Secondly, on the matter of reproductive health, we started this. We were very concerned, of course, because it was already a growing problem, and we had very, very long debates, and we issued memoranda and orders and so on. And the decision was really to include reproductive health and gender issues in the curriculum. But it also sparked a great deal of debates because there would be schools or heads of schools who would automatically expel young girls who get pregnant. And so we had to come out with a directive that pregnant girls should not be punished for their situation, and that they can continue and go back to school. And we also had huge debate considering our culture and our country and our faith as to how do you teach, what is the extent of the detail that you would engage in when you teach children reproductive health. And so it became also a contentious issue. But the important thing is that we wanted not only the girls, because it takes two for a girl to get pregnant, not only the girls, but the boys should also have exposure to reproductive health. And we started that as a regular part, but not expelling students who get pregnant and giving them the opportunity. When we strengthen the alternative learning system, girls would go to school in alternative schools, bringing in their babies. And I have seen girls graduating with their babies in tow, carrying their babies, because we should never punish girls, young people for the situation that they are in by special circumstances. So we started that. But the debate is, what is the extent to which you illustrate the various aspects of reproductive health, especially in our system where many of our teachers are either young teachers or mature single teachers who may also not be in a position, who don't have the desire to go into details on grounds of faith, on grounds of practice. So I agree with your observation, Senator Nancy, that they should be looked into, because we can never punish children. A 15-year-old child is still a child, yes, and they can always come back. We have seen pregnant girls going to school in alternative learning systems. They graduate with their babies and so on, and they're given counseling Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, yung reproduction, ano ba yan, yung ganitong topic ko ba, paano siya tinuturo ngayon? Part of science? Part of the science curriculum?
I saw in this memo, it's integrated in all subjects. Is that how it works? Hindi siya standalone standalone subject or standalone seminar. I remember when I was in high school, moving from elementary to high school. I remember in our school we had parang a intro or a standalone parang seminar siya. It's not a subject, no? It's just a few days in a month, no? Just to enlighten us on sex education as well as sexuality.
Tsaka Mr. Chairman, parang meron din yung mag-aalaga ka ng itlog ba yun? Or ano yan, yung balloon na may water, kunyari yun yung baby, para lang to teach the kids kung gaano kahirap mag-alaga ng kung gaano kahirap magkaroon ng baby. So parang ako kung ganun pa rin may ganun pa rin style of teaching.
You wanna answer the question?
Yes po, Senator Win and Senator Nancy. We confirm that it is not a standalone subject. It's not a separate learning area. As you may know, we have 9 learning areas po. Now 8 for the Matatag curriculum. But this issue is integrated in the different learning areas po. Like for example, yung reproductive system, so nandyan din po sa biology, sa science po. And then as early as kindergarten po, knowing about yourself, so it's part of yun po yung sa sex education. So yung mga important aspects po na yun po ay ini-integrate sa learning areas po.
Secretary, you mentioned earlier, no, that's a good point na how extensive will be the sex education be, no, or sexuality in your memo, sexuality, no? How extensive, and was that question answered by DepEd? Because that's a very very important question, no? Because of course there are sensitivities in this issue, but my thoughts on this is, number one, if there's a way to prevent this by teaching and enlightening our students in our catchment area, which is our schools, then we can prevent teenage pregnancies, or at least lower down the incidence of teenage pregnancies. And the other one, if we cannot prevent them, no, nangyari na yan, then what are the mechanisms for them to go back to school, no? And this is where the alternative learning system comes in. So my first question is, the comprehensive sexuality education right now, which is embedded in many of the subjects, is that, from your analysis, an effective way of prevention? And then number two, are we tracking down, I think anecdotally, Secretary Briones mentioned that anecdotally we have some pregnant girls who are interested in going back. They've gone back. But have we tracked down, do we have any data to track down on how many teenage pregnant mothers, or teenage mothers who have come back to our system through the alternative learning system? Do we have that data? So 2 questions, Asad.
Yes, thank you, Senator. On the first question, we are very fortunate po, and thank you to all of you po sa Congress po, because we were afforded funds to train our teachers on comprehensive sexuality education. Noon po, and this will be confirmed by our former BCD, or Curriculum Development Director, who is now the RD of NCR. We don't have funds for CSE, separate funds for CSE, and the funds is taken, the allocation or the provision of the funds to address yung concerns on the implementation of CSE, like training of teachers, provision of learning resources, and the like, is taken from yung basic education curriculum fund po natin. But we have partners like the OH, UNPF, and POPCOM helping us to address itong concern po. And this was discussed in one of the budget hearings. This was asked in one of the budget hearings. And so we were afforded funds to address yung provision of in-service, sabihin ko na lang, in-service or trainings for to train our teachers on the, yun nga, on how to integrate parang capability building to address the issue on comprehensive sexuality education, as well as the training had embedded yung provision ng relevant learning resources to address this concern po. So that's the status of our comprehensive sexuality education. And of course, we had to make true with all the provisions as contained in the DepEd policy on comprehensive sexuality education, which was issued during the time of Secretary Briones po. As to the concern of were we able to, are we able to track yung mga cases na ganito? I would like to make a rejoinder. Yung kanina po na sinabi ko that we don't have available data as far as my former region was concerned is yung mga victims po, kasi hindi po sila, iba hindi nga, buntis sila, alam namin na buntis sila, but some of them hindi nila sinasabi if they were, yun nga, they were abused, sexually abused. But as to yung mga school children who are pregnant, of course, alam na po naman natin yan. No? Very obvious naman po yun. And we had an office, a separate office in the department, the Bureau of Learning Support Services, who is one of the functions of that BLSS is really to support our learners. And as to the data po, we commit that we'll submit the available data for this po, Senator. Thank you.
It's very difficult to track down who are the teenage mothers. No, I'll call them teenage mothers, whether they come to the fold or what's their background. But I'm happy to hear that there are teenage mothers coming back through alternative learning system. My recommendation is let's revisit the comprehensive sexuality education, whether it's sexuality education or sex education. No? Let's revisit this because nahinayang ako eh. Magagaling yung mga mga girls students natin eh. Magagaling sila eh. They outperform boys. And but if they are not aware of sex education, not aware of their bodies, not aware of the perils if they get pregnant early, then they will drop out, and become full-time mothers. But the problem with that is they will never go back to school, or they will end up with no skills to get gainfully employed. So the way forward is to prevent. The way forward is to prevent. Now, as to what program, whether it's comprehensive, a standalone, let's revisit that because there's a need to intensify that in our schools, in our catchment areas. And there's a need also to make sure that they are prevented from getting pregnant as early as 14 years old. Because they get, so if that happens, ano na talaga, we all know, they will stop school. So let's revisit. I recommend let's revisit and intensify. Because we have a great opportunity to keep them in school, and that's the goal.
Mr. Chairman, I wonder lang, may difference ho ba? Mas common ba siya sa public schools compared to private schools, or hindi pa nahihimay ho yung gano'n? And would the private schools have their own curriculum pagdating sa itong sex education, or or pareho lang whether public or private?
Anecdotally, mas marami sa public, I would assume. There's also, I think some parents in the public schools, they come from low-income families. They tend not to, ito observation ko, being a former local chief executive, they don't talk to their kids about these things. No? There's certain yung nahihiya ba, no? Yung kultura natin nahihiya. So, in my observation, it happens mostly in our public schools. No? But then again, if you have data to share with us, then we can analyze that as well. Yes, go ahead, Dr. Karim.
Yes, good morning, Senator Win, Senator Binay, and to everyone. I would just like to share, I think because for Cordillera Administrative Region, I don't know, I don't have the recent, but in the previous data we have discussed, we have a lot of teenage pregnancy in CAR. And when we were discussing this, we were able to identify a certain province that has a lot of learners affected by this. And we have identified also the municipality. And because of this, we partnered. No, I think for this one, we really need to partner with the local government unit, with the SWD and POPCOM. And with POPCOM, no, we had a MOA on comprehensive sexual education. We even have a module, and then they were able to provide funds for the training of teachers, no, for the implementation of this. And then we have identified the municipality where it should first be done, and that is the municipality with the greatest number of teenage pregnancy. And we have also partnered with an NGO because in CAR, we still have that part of culture that it's a no-no to mention about if you're a victim of this, especially if it is a relative, no. And there is this, it was discussed that it should be known, it should be known to this learner should be morning, Senator Win.
May acknowledge the beauty queen and the most in love Senate President Pro Tempore, Senator Lauren Legarda. Welcome and happy Valentine's. I can see that you are well dressed for the occasion.
Mr. Chair, yung mga walang Valentine ay sumisigaw na lang ng hula. Oh, sige. Anyway, I'm here to listen and to be educated and to be able to help and support. Yes, I actually read the preliminary report, but please continue. Thank you.
Dr. Carino.
Yes, thank you. So I was mentioning that still, no, we have to admit that part of the culture when it comes to teenage pregnancy, especially if it is done by a relative, this is not reported, no, but at least there are some which are reported. Some are even solved amicably, which is not supposed to be. And this is what our information dissemination under the child's protection policy will have to be strengthened, so that these learners will have to know that they have the right to tell, and that DepEd is always there, and the other agencies like the SWD. We had cases of we already, with the assistance of the SWD and PNP, we had already filed the case, but it so happened that because the child, no, this was just a recent thing that happened, but because the child was afraid, no, she didn't like to testify anymore. No, so we have cases like this, and because of this, we have established in our own region what we call a program which is termed Salaknip Tanamnama, which means protection and hope. And some of the victims of this rape cases as well as teenage pregnancy are taken, and then they are among they are among those who are under this program, and part of the program would be to educate them, and we get them back to school through the ADM. And we still have a number of learners. Just last month, I went and then I saw some of the learners taking their tests, and they are under ADM. So, in short, this problem is not just DepEd, but the other agencies involved will have to have a collaboration. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Dr. Crino. That's why we recommend to revisit and intensify the comprehensive sexuality education program, and also emphasize on the sexual on the sex education portion. Whether it's going to be a standalone module or integrated, what's important here, the goal is to prevent and hopefully enlighten, no, our teenagers. Senator Binay mentioned earlier, they should also understand the economic consequences. No? For example, if you get pregnant, there are also financial considerations like raising a child, buying food and milk for your baby. You know, so all of this might not be in the minds of teenagers, but they should be enlightened that when you get pregnant, all of these considerations should be given a lot of importance. No, so let's revisit and intensify.
Siguro to add din, Mr. Chairman, kailangan din natin ituro kung kailan na siya nagiging abuso. When, di ba?
Yeah.
Kasi hindi rin alam ng bata na pag yung kamag-anak mo na pala yung gumagawa or I mean, okay lang. Di ba? Dapat turuan din natin sila when does it become parang abusive yung ganong relationship. And siguro ang hirap din, Dr. Carrillo, dun sa lugar nyo kasi I would assume it's a small community, di ba? So, paano maiiwasan ng bata yung nag-abuso sa kanya? So, kaya siguro may hesitation din to file cases. And baka dito lalabas yung importance din nung parang may dormitory for the kids para they'll be in yung mas mafe-feel nila na they're in a safe environment compared to bringing them back to their homes. Yun lang po, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Yes, Senator
Mr.
Legarda.
Chair, I did not catch it whether the issue of sexual abuse among children, meaning below 18 years old or the 15 years old, is an isolated case in DepEd Cordillera region or in all regions, because we know during the pandemic there's been an upsurge in abuse, physical as well as online sexual abuse. So I know that this should go beyond DepEd and should be addressed by DSWD as well, by the IACAT, which is lodged under the DOJ. So it's a whole of government approach. My question is, among all the DepEd, NCR, Cordillera, do you have the statistics on where is it most prevalent, sexual abuse and teenage pregnancy? Do we have that? Is there a study? Are there reports from every region of DepEd regional directors of teenage pregnancies on one hand and sexual abuse either by people in the work in the school or by relatives or locals in the community? Do we have that, ma'am? At least in Cordillera, for example.
Yeah, in the Cordillera, ma'am, we do have, no, although as I mentioned, it may not be all because others are not still reported. But we have the data because when we had the meeting with all the other agencies involved, no, they presented to us the data of the POPCOM presented the teenage pregnancy, and then when we were with the child's right, also those which are or who are abused.
So we take note of the two distinct but also related issues, teenage pregnancy and understanding the nuances of their young body, and at the same time, abuse, which may not lead to pregnancy, but still abused domestically or within the community, right? Or could be also inflicted by those within the school. Yes, so perhaps that should be addressed, not just in the Cordillera region. Now, since we know the problem, what has the solution been? I'm glad to see Sec Briones here. Maybe during her time, was it as prevalent as now? Or did the pandemic and perhaps the utilization of social media cause an upsurge in this? And what, as educators, what are your prospective recommendations and solutions, Mr. Chair, to address this? I'm sure we did not just know it and sit idly by and witness it. You have done um, solutions within your power. And what is it that you want the Senate to do as a body, as an institution? And what kind of innovations and convergence do you want with DSWD, with the DOJ, even with the police? So we have a children's desk, children and women's desk, gender, and should you therefore teach sex education, not just for the children and the girls, women and girls, but also for the boys, so that they know what's applicable and what's not, what should be done and what's proper, and so that they could speak out. I know sometimes it's cultural, it's difficult, it's easier said than done. So could you, Dr. Carino, I know maraming duktong-duktong na tanong, just a brief answer po. Then perhaps Sec Briones, so that she can give us her view on during her time, how did she address it?
Thank you, Senator Lauren. Good morning once again. As I mentioned, like the latest one, we had a problem on. There was a case with the help of the Child Protection Committee. No, there was a case which was filed already, but because this child was afraid, then she retracted her statement, and that is where we need the help of the DSWD. So Senator, we if it is possible to really come up with a committee involving all of this, that everyone will work, and we should not work individually, but as committee collaboration, so designated or identified agencies, no, which will really address this problem on teenage pregnancy, aside from this abuses done, especially on rape, and if possible, for what will LGU do to remove that culture of bain in our dialect is shame.
Yeah.
No, it's still strong in certain communities that they rather not report because of the term bain or shame. Bain, yes, ma'am.
A province in the Cordillera are you from?
I am from Benguet, but I go around. The pain thing is in the entire Cordillera, ma'am.
You know which IP group do you belong to?
I belong to the Ibaloy group.
Ibaloy kayo.
Yes, ma'am.
Very good. Okay. Salamat po. Sec Briones, Mr. Chair, may we hear from Sec Briones, how did she address these issues when she was DepEd? Sec, thank you.
Good morning, Senator Lauren. We have worked together on many gender related issues even before I was a government official. You asked, we have been discussing for the past 30 minutes Cordillera, but I think all of us are aware that it's not a special problem of Cordillera. It's a rising national challenge brought about by many factors. Why do kids get pregnant? You have the cultural part of it, of course, and you ask what we in the Department of Education tried to do. So we came up with the comprehensive sexuality order, which was signed during my time. But I agree that we have to have a deeper look at the sexual education part of it, because it's really a general declaration on gender, which was passed during my time. Then we also have to consider the cultural aspect. As I mentioned to Senator Win and to Senator Nancy a while ago, we had huge debates because the teachers are supposed to be the ones who will be handling these reproductive health sessions. But we have teachers who refuse to discuss these matters. And we have schools who also expel children who get pregnant. And then that becomes a problem. And we have urged, we have issued instructions that we should never expel a child who gets pregnant. Now we have their second opportunities through the alternative learning system. So also, we thought there's the legal part of it. So you have instances of sexual abuse. If it is perpetuated perhaps by somebody from the school officialdom, etc., cases are filed. But these cases take a very, very long time. I had a situation where someone was accused, for example, of sexual abuse. It took 5 years for the case to be resolved. By that time, he had also abused 5 more people because he was a recidivist. And so I also instructed legal at that time, if it is a case of sexual harassment or if it is a case of abuse of children, it should be acted on ASAP. Don't wait for the usual expected, accepted delays in investigation and the processes. And this is what DepEd has also been engaging in. So I agree, Senator Lauren, that this is the whole of government approach. Now, you're asking, tumaas ba ang level ng teenage pregnancy before or after COVID or during the olden times, etc. Obviously, of course, it is rising. But there are several factors, and it is not only education's responsibility. Media, children learn more from mass media than perhaps even formal education, classroom sessions, where teachers absolutely refuse anything to discuss anything to do with sex and gender. You were also, I was quite delighted with the use of your phrase, the nuances of the human body. Well, there are groups which are absolutely against discussing the nuances of the human body. So you have to go by parables, you have to go by other ways, yung we say in Visayan, pasumbingay, just to describe what makes a girl pregnant and what makes a boy get a girl pregnant. So I quite agree that perhaps we have to take this more seriously. And then also overcrowding. We have this practice of relatives living together, boy and girl children staying together, playing together, and growing up together, maybe relatives, cousins, brothers, or sisters. So this is a bigger issue since the problem of teenage pregnancy is also rising, and it cannot be solved with the Department of Education alone. It is societal. It is also population. It is COVID. And there are civil society organizations which teach children, especially girl children, how to distinguish when one is touched, whether it is a malicious touch or what, how to protect themselves, and going out with strangers and so on and so forth. But these are not necessarily done on a national scale. And this, I agree, Senator Win, we need to review that order which I signed before, because it's very broad. And you picked a particular problem which is becoming more serious at this time. Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, we ASEC Alma and then Director Jocelyn, and we'll call on Dr. Olegario. We'll call on ASEC Alma first.
Thank you again, Senator. Related to the concern of Senator Loren, as committed earlier po, the existing policy on comprehensive sexuality education will be revisited, and we will incorporate all the suggestions that we got from Senator Win, Senator Binay, I just would like to mention po that one mechanism that had been installed or created in the department. This was done during the time of Secretary Liling and now is strengthened by our present secretary, is the creation of the Learners' Right and Protection Office. So we have this, if you will allow me po, sir, to just briefly read the function. Isang sentence lang po. The CPU, this office envisions, the Child Protection Unit is an office created to strengthen the implementation of the child protection policy. This we had already mentioned earlier, and to establish a mechanism to fully operationalize, implement, and coordinate programs, projects, and activities pertaining to child protection. The CPU, or the Child Protection Unit, envisions that learners in the Philippines are protected from violence, exploitation, discrimination, bullying, and other forms of abuse in schools, where their right to quality and inclusive education is respected, promoted, and fulfilled. So what we are saying po is we already have this office, but the need to strengthen the operationalization of the unit or the office for us to address these concerns po. And the DepEd also had launched also the anti-child abuse helpline po. So meron po tayong dedicated desk for our for our victims to report yung mga cases na ganito po. Thank you.
Thank you, ASEC. And then we call on Director Andaya, then Dr. Oligari, and then Attorney Estrada.
Good morning, Senator Win, Senator Nancy, and Senator Lauren, and everyone. As mentioned by ASEC Alma, I headed the Bureau of Curriculum Development before I transferred to NCR as its regional director. And during the time that I was there, it was already mentioned also that we were able to release the CSE policy and framework. There were many things that we were able to do in terms of policy, but that I would like to make mention that during the COVID pandemic, we were able to train virtually several parents, teachers, supervisors. We started with them because we know that in the report given by UNFPA and POPCOM, our partners in the DepEd Central Office, many teachers were reticent to talk about comprehensive sexuality education, not only because it's cultural, but it's also because of personal views and the like. And so when we looked at the core messages of comprehensive sexuality education, we made sure that several of these are in the curriculum, integrated in the curriculum. And so as early as kindergarten, there was already discussion of the different kinds of touch. So alam nila kung ano yung ibig sabihin ng ganitong paghawak and so on. Kinder pa lang po yun. And as they progress to the other grade levels, nagiging complex ang discussion ng comprehensive sexuality education. Now, Senator Lauren asked about what can we do to really focus on and address teenage pregnancy. One of the things that we did was to do the costed implementation plan, where we asked that a certain portion of the budget should be allotted for CSE in terms of really giving awareness. Okay, awareness not just to students, but more specifically to the teachers who will teach these particular core messages. And so we even were thinking about doing TV commercials and the like, just to highlight the importance and the severity of this particular phenomenon. And number two is, of course, educating the teachers. There has to be no let up, specifically in during the inset. And number three, as mentioned also by ASEC Alma, is that the schools should be able to track what these particular cases are. Because in DepEd NCR, for instance, we were not able to really disaggregate our data. We just know that there are sexual abuses. We just know that there's bullying involved and the like. But well, the way forward is, of course, for us to be able to track what these bullying cases are, and what abuses are being committed, and even how many teenagers have become pregnant because of yeah. At the same time, also when I looked at the in terms of dropout, you were talking about it kanina, Senator Win. In NCR, there are more boys dropping out than girls, at least in NCR, for grade 12. Thank you.
Dr. Olegario and then Attorney Estrada.
Oo, Mr. Chair, mamibigay lang po ako ng idea ko ng pwedeng gawin. Lead po ako ng isang project with Save the Children Philippines. Nagko-co-design kami with public school teachers ng social emotional learning modules for very young children from age 3 to 10. Ang maganda po sa co-designing, hindi nire-reject ng mga teachers yung sinabi ni Dr. Briones kanina na nahihiya yung mga teachers, no? So part yung co-designing na parang may training na siya. Na nare-ready yung mga teacher kung paano nila i-approach yung topics. So this is social emotional learning pero kasama doon yung social awareness na topic. At yung kasama doon yun nga yung nabanggit naman kanina na setting boundaries, for example, na nagdi-distinguish yung mga estudyante kung ano yung good touch, bad touch, and then kung nangyari yung bad touch, ano mga pwedeng gawin ng mga estudyante. So nasa classroom activity siya. And yung module na ginagawa namin ay pwede siyang i-embed ng mga teachers kung saan nila pwedeng ipasok. So may mga suggestions, ito pwede sa PE, pwede sa science, pwede sa kung ano-anong subject na pinag-uusapan. For example, sa science, di ba pinag-uusapan ang reproduction. Pero dahil nga doon lang tayo nakatutok sa reproduction, yun na yung pinakamagandang time na pag-usapan din yung ibang areas. Uso na naman sa DepEd ngayon ang integrative learning. So dun sa discussion ng reproduction, pwede nang pumasok yung for example, Filipino families, social responsibilities, responsible parenting, na hindi siya nag-start pag nanganak na. Diba? Ang responsible parenting ay nag-start sa sexual intercourse. So pumapasok na din doon yung values education. Yun yung nabanggit ko last week na pag nagturo ng science, ng math, hindi naman siya yun lang. Pwede na siyang integrated with values education and other areas ng social studies, for example.
Attorney Erat.
Thank you, Senator Win. Magandang umaga po, Mr. Chairman, Senator Nancy, and Senator Lauren. Thank you, Senator Lauren, for bringing that matter up on student protection and student discipline. Senator Win, whenever the matter student discipline or protection is brought up in any discussion, I'm always reminded by this landmark case of the Supreme Court highlighting the goals of education being twofold. One is to deliver relevant and quality education, and the second is student character formation. And the Supreme Court said that discipline is the means to achieve that second goal. Now, having said that, and in our consultations within EDCOM, Senator Win, especially last week, this also reminds me of the question, who is really in charge of student discipline and student protection at the level of the schools? And when we had this consultation with DepEd, there was a list of an inventory of ancillary tasks, for example, and in the 50 ancillary tasks, administrative duties, and officials in charge at the school level, there was no one in charge of student discipline specifically. And the presumption is it is lodged in the responsibility of the teachers. And as we all know, teachers are already overburdened with their academic duties. Well, of course, it's also their primary function. I think now in the discussions, it is also important that we look at student discipline and student protection, not only in terms of delivering the subject as part of the curriculum, but also implementing student discipline policies and protection, meaning students being accountable for breach of student discipline policies, being able to impose sanctions, having very deliberate policies on discipline at the school level, and who is in charge of that. And having said that, Mr. Chair, I'd like to offer a suggestion, of course, with DepEd to revisit the child protection policy, because the DO40 series of 2012, while it talks about student protection, child protection, that concept of child protection has already expanded with the law that you've passed in 2019, yung pong Safe Spaces Act. marami na pong concepts doon na evolve. Like for example, is not only protecting rights of girls and boys being unique by themselves, but also gender neutral policies, meaning protecting all forms of abuses, misogynistic, homophobic, sexist slurs, for example, catcalling, violation of safe spaces. Lahat po yan should now be integrated at the school level, meaning calling the attention of students when they do this and they're not made aware that this is wrong, no? Bullying, and we've seen in the PISA results that feeling safe at and around the school really impacts student learning. So we have a very good law, 2019, the Safe Spaces Act. It should be, and it has also provisions very specific to the school level. I think we should also in EDCOM, we will try to look into the implementation of this at the school level. Meron pong child protection unit, but ano po yan eh, I think it's apakalayo na po nun, central office, but at the school level, who is really in charge? And then nanganganak po ng issues yon. When teachers discipline students, they also open themselves to liabilities, to complaints. Ang nangyayari is, wag na lang silang mag-impose ng disciplinary sanction because they will be subject to complaints of parents. Because ang laging complaint po, while there is a child protection policy, there's really no policy also that protects teachers from imposing discipline policies, because they will always be viewed as, when they're also implement discipline policies, iba yung tingin sa kanila, galit sa kanila. So I think along those lines, maybe we can do some parallel consultations with EDCOM, and we also offer some analysis and evaluation also with the officers in charge within DepEd along these lines. Salamat po.
Sir Lauren, and then we'll call on.
Question, because I hope I misheard, because I heard Attorney Estrada say that no one is in charge of discipline. Did you say that?
Yes, Senator, yung
That
pong,
is based on which report?
dun po sa, when we had an EDCOM consultation po
Okay.
last week.
Let
Yeah.
me just state
Apo.
this, because discipline must not be lodged in one teacher, one principal, or one class. Discipline it starts at home with the formative years of the child, the teacher, whether you're math or science or reading or religion teacher or art, discipline should be mainstreamed. Hindi ba? Coming on time. Teaching sanitation, respecting the physical desk, huwag kang vandalize, respecting your teacher, your authority, and your classmate, not copying in classes, going back after recess. I mean, so ang kinalakayan kong disiplina na tingin ko dapat hanggang ngayon paigtingin ay lahat. So to say na no one is in charge of discipline, perhaps you're referring to there is no single class or single teacher, because it is not how it should be. I think it was Senator Win who mentioned earlier, I heard it discussed 30 minutes ago, that lahat yan kasama. So to have a class for behavior and discipline, I think a misnomer, because every teacher, every whether extracurricular or mainstream, ang disiplina, lahat yan. Pati yung para-teacher, paralegal, kumbaga abogado, I mean, I'm talking about lahat. So, to say that there is no one in charge of discipline, I would like to, with all due respect, correct that. Or if that is the view of DepEd, I will leave it to the body how to correct that and mainstream the teaching of discipline. Discipline with your body, discipline with your time, discipline with your work ethic, with your class, as a student, teacher, principal, office staff, DepEd staff, right? Discipline natin mga Pilipino na dapat tinuturo natin sa mga kabataan sa ating ehemplo at sa pang-araw-araw na eskwela, di ba? Kaya hindi siguro porque lang math teacher ako o science teacher ako, hindi ko tinuturo ang disiplina. Hindi. Kasi hanggang sa pag-intindi ng numero or pag-intindi ng siyensya or matuto ng English o Filipino ng ibang languages ay parte yan ay disiplina. Di ba? Hanggang sa paghawak ko ng iyong paper at ballpen at computer. Hanggang respeto mo sa nagpapahiram sa iyo ng mga gamit. It should be really parte na. Hindi separate class ang good behavior and discipline. Hindi. Lahat. Magsimula sa principal, sa dekano, sa may-ari ng eskwelahan, sa regional director, sa teacher, sa tumutulong sa bata, lahat. Sa nagbubukas ng gate ng eskwelahan, lahat. Tayong lahat, kultura. Kaya dapat i-mainstream natin at gagawa tayo, hindi kailangan telebisyon. Wala na pong nanonood. Konti na lang. Social media eh. Imbes na makita nila ay pornografiya na pong bumubulusok na lang sa mga telepono natin alam, ay gawa tayo ng content na hindi kailangan totoong tao kasi otherwise, papakita mga muka na animation na simpleng-simple o parang mga drawing. Magpa-contest tayo, malikhain, let's be creative on good behavior and discipline. In short, good morning class. What are the ways to show your discipline at work and at home and at play? Let them be creative by respecting this. Or let's see, if I were a teacher, I would say, ano ang disiplina? Ganun. I'm not a teacher. I'm just trying to give what I believe should be mainstreamed in every class, whether in public or private education. Outside even of the educational sector, even us as lawmakers, all of us in our offices as leaders of our country, right? So to hear kasi, I was bothered when I heard there is no one in charge of discipline. That's scary to say that. So I need to correct that because you may say it in a forum, maybe in your view, or is that the depth and view, there is no one in charge of discipline, parang mali. Sorry I have to correct that kasi all of us are in charge of discipline. Each and every teacher. Maybe I misheard. So if I misheard, at least I gave my point. Because all of us are in charge of discipline. Each and every one of us. Whether we are a teacher or not a teacher. Thank you, sir.
Well, there's one legislated subject in our basic education system. That's the GMRC, the Good Manners and Right Conduct. And when you say good manners and right conduct, the underlying principle there is discipline. You can't have good manners and right conduct without discipline. So I think that's a legislated subject. So meaning the Department of Education is mandated to teach it, and I believe it's already rolled out fully in our curriculum. So we'll call on
Senator Win.
Dr. Balagtas.
Sen-
Rejoinder and then
Yes, a very short manifestation, Your Honor. I apologize, Senator Lauren, if I wasn't very clear on that. I agree that discipline is really the concern of everyone in every stakeholder in the school, including the parents, the teachers. I was just bringing up the point po yung lack of, in our consultation, there was really no administrative official at the school level, at least in the DepEd when we had the consultation, who is in charge of centralized student discipline policies in the school, implementing it to guide everyone, to guide teachers, to guide parents. Para pong equivalent sa prefect of discipline po halimbawa sa private school or a discipline office, parang ang lumabas po guidance counselor ang tinuturo po na opo. Sorry, yes po, Senator.
To say that the one is in charge, I will not agree. Kasi, I came from private school, pero yung principal, tapos yung panahon namin, yung head teacher. Ganun hindi pwedeng no one, to say that there is no one in charge of discipline or no one is in charge, mali na naman yun Kasi may hierarchy yan Yung principal, hindi ba? Principal. Pero syempre hindi kaya nga lahat kaya ng principal, so yung head teacher, anong tawag nun yung head teacher, yun ang taga-disiplina. Pero lahat nga ano man ang tinuturo mo, ang disiplina ay nakaukit na dapat sa ating kultura. Ganun. Okay.
Thank you. We'll call on Dr. Balagtas and then Dr. Fermin.
Good morning to our honorable senators and to everyone. I just would like to share the findings of a phenomenological inquiry that was conducted by a graduate student in PNU who is specializing in guidance and counseling. So a thesis was done on this, which documented the academic lived experiences of 10 teenage mothers in senior high schools, and these are senior high schools from public schools po in 3 regions, Region 2, Region 4A, and NCR. So in this study, the researcher, the student documented the struggles to motherhood, interpersonal relationship issues, and rebuilding new ambitions of these teenage mothers. And the study has shown that all these teenage mothers have high level of motivation to finish their studies for them to give a better future to their babies. However, the teenage mothers interviewed admitted that they prioritize their babies' welfare over their education. And this study recommended that the schools should strengthen their guidance and counseling services, that parents should also be educated or informed, or maybe through PTAs, that these parents of female young mothers be trained as to how to deal with them. Okay, aside from the inclusion of sex education in basic education and strengthening GMRC, that parents need to be assisted to on how to deal with their daughters who are young mothers. So po yun, that's a phenomenological study, which means that the actual lived experiences of these 10 senior high school young mothers were documented. Thank you.
Dr. Fermin?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A lifetime ago, I was the first principal of Marinol Miriam College High School, the very first male. And I think they learned their lesson not to appoint any other male principals. No, just kidding. Meron pong isa pa, but managing another campus. But I want to share with you that relative to what our esteemed chairperson identified as a problem, I think we need to listen to the stories of institutions or networks of institutions who found the answers to making girls in STEM work for the Philippines. In 2013, the US government, particularly the Embassy of the United States in Manila, invested in our high school to lead Project Cogent. This is the cooperation for girls' education, nurturance, and teaching, which convened the remaining schools for girls in the country. And what we did was to actually find out what's working in terms of rearing girls and their STEM consciousness, and identify how parents are also involved in the process, and more importantly, school personnel, from the leaders to the guidance counselors and teachers. We ended up identifying some very concrete measures to ensure that the engagement of girls in STEM disciplines becomes higher, because we are losing our edge in this area. While many Filipinas are actually paving the way for excellence in STEM disciplines, the lack of role models, or how these excellent STEM discipline people eventually become role models to young kids, we're not maximizing. A few foundations converted the narratives of these STEM women champions, L'Oreal, for example. But I think we need to scale this up, and it's very easy. You know, telling the story of a woman scientist is actually very inspiring. And from there on, we can find out how their parents, how their schools actually rear them. And so I think my colleague, Attorney Estrada, will also agree that the Coordinating Council for Private Educational Associations has been able to document a lot, not only of student discipline, but student wellness practices that enabled girls and young women to really manifest the kind of brilliance they have in STEM. And I'm speaking because I'm speaking about this from not only lived experience. I spent 7 years, no, I stand corrected, 7 years as educational administrator and 18 years as a male administrator in an all-female context, reaching out to even mixed gender organizations here and abroad. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Dr. Padilla?
Okay, thank you, Senator. I was supposed to say this in relation to the discussion on improving sex education, for example, and making our schools really safe spaces Coming from my discipline in the field of reading education, I would just like to tell everyone, especially our colleagues in DepEd, that a way to shoot several birds in one stone is to look at what is already available in our market. So if we're looking at, for example, creating awareness among our children at a very young age, and we believe we should, no? We should start them young, so to speak, and awareness of their body parts, for example, awareness of what is touchable and what is not touchable. So we have local storybooks, no? And stories can be powerful ways by which to communicate otherwise, quote unquote, taboo and sensitive topics. And from the top of my head, I can name, for example, Ako at ang Katuban Ko at Ako by Ogie Rivera. It even has a song, and there's a short video uploaded in YouTube. You have Ako Ay May Kiki, Ako Ay May Titi. You also have, moving on to gender and sexuality, ang Bonggang Batang Becky. You also have I Like Wearing Rainbows. And then you have for acceptance and the changing, evolving notion of family, dalawa ang daddy ni Billy. Ikaklit sa aming hardin, so 2 mothers. Okay? And we also have, to continue on this topic of creating safe spaces and discipline. For example, we have also the story Apolacos, which is connected to bullying. So we have all these books that are readily available. They're not very expensive. And I know that local publishers actually give discounts or even donate to schools. And like like Senator Lauren Legarda said earlier, because of the surge in sexual exploitation of children at the height of lockdowns, no? You had fortunately published during those dark days stories like Niña Inosente and also ang Misteryo ng Patong-Patong na Damit ni Julian, which are both on online sexual exploitation of children. I personally know, for example, the author of ang Misteryo ng Patong-Patong na Damit ni Julian. She actually donates half of the copies. She self-published it and donates half of the copies because there has to be awareness among our young people. And this would help them feel safe in school. And as the PISA 22 and earlier results have shown for the Philippines, safe schools or a feeling of safety in school actually matters and is correlated significantly to performance in PISA.
Thank you, Dr. Padilla. And I think it was Dr. Abrigo, and then Dr. San Antonio, and then Dr. Lugra.
Thank you so much, Senator Win, Senator Nancy. Sometime during the pandemic, we did an FGD. We were looking at comprehensive sexuality education, how it's implemented in schools and in DOH and PIA and other agencies. But the main lessons that we gained from our FGDs with teachers was that they needed help dun sa pagtuturo ng comprehensive sexuality education. Because during that time, baka superseded the information na alam ko. But during that time, kung sabi ng mga teachers, hindi nila alam kung ano yung age and development appropriate na sexuality education. Tapos tinanong namin, nung discuss namin sa kanila, ano ba yung age appropriate, development appropriate, ginagawa namin yan pero pahapyaw. So when we asked them ano yung gusto nilang tulong para magawa nila yung maturo nila yung comprehensive sexuality education, tatlo yung sinabi nila. At baka meron na nga itong this time. During that time, gusto nila ng curriculum na naka-integrate na yung sexuality education mismo. Susundan na lang nila gusto nila ng teacher guide, explicit na ito comprehensive sexuality education to, at gusto rin nila ng training kasi during that time parang hindi pa siya masyadong laganap. Tapos nag-raise din sila ng baka kailangang i-increase, improve strengthen yung psychological services ng school. Kasi yung mga guidance counselors, mga teachers din sila at hindi sila trained para gawin yung mga dapat na services, psychological services. And when we were doing field work during that time, meron kaming mga nakita na mga masayang mga activities na ginagawa ng mga LGU. For example, in Leyte, they had this para mga puppet show na madaling intindihin para sa mga bata. Ano ba yung sexuality education, ano ba yung rape, ano ba yung paano na ba nabubuntis, mga puppet to. Tapos nakapanood kami ng isang ganun, tuwang-tuwa yung mga bata. But I guess one of the missing parts siguro niya to is that although marami tayo interventions like yung puppet, safe spaces, peer-to-peer mentoring, hindi masyado sigurong nado-document alin dito yung actually effective. Kasi syempre may pera ito, pero alin dito yung actually nakakapag yung mga bata hindi sila nabubuntis or mas lower the chances of getting pregnant, of getting of marrying early. So and part of that maybe is that mahirap gawin yun in this case. But in our studies, one of the interventions that we found effective was actually the senior high school na policy, because what we found dahil yung mga bata na required na umattend ng senior high school, they actually delay their marriage. They are less likely to have children. Thank you po, sir.
Thank you. Dr. San Antonio?
Good morning, Senator Win. I just would like to share an intervention the center is doing now, the CMU Inotech. We're doing a project on online sexual abuse and exploitation of children. And the intervention we hope to offer is on social and behavior change communication. We're at the early stage of the implementation of this research and development endeavor, Senator Win, and I hope perhaps by after 12 months you'll be able to provide initial findings. We believe that the reality of online sexual abuse and exploitation of children goes beyond the COVID-19 pandemic, considering that learning is going to be heavily influenced by technology. So we feel that this is something also very relevant to our need for the children and the whole community to understand how to deal with online sexual abuse and exploitation of children. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, 3 points tuloy daw sa mga recent na sinabi, no? Yung first point, yung what is effective. Dapat kasi, alam ko naging mahabang usapin ang sexuality education. At alam ko ang church ay medyo hindi pabor sa sexuality education. Pero ang kailangan harapin natin ang realidad na ang mga bata ay nanonood ng porn. For example, sa grade 3 students ko natutunan, ang RedTube. Sabi ko, ano yung RedTube? So, in-access ko, na-shock ako. So, beyond sa mga napanood kong XXX nung bata ako. So, ganung level yung exposure ng mga bata. Kaya, may mga studies, hindi ko lang ma-cite yung mga studies na to, pero ang pinaka-effective na approach daw ay yung straightforward approach. Sasabihin mo talaga straight, ito yung mangyayari, ito yung nasa isip ng mga lalaki, ng mga babae, yung empathy levels so straightforward approach. Kasi sasabihin natin na, huwag kayo mag-engage sa sex. Yun daw ang pinaka-least effective, So, that's for that question. Another one, I'd like to re-emphasize yung co-designing of modules. Kasi yun nga, yung sinasabi na ng mga teachers, diba, hindi namin alam ang approach. Diba? So, pag nag-co-design tayo, yun merong sa presentation ko kasi, sinasabi na, kunyari, where teachers have weak pedagogical skills or subject knowledge, providing scripted teacher guides. No? So, this is what we did. No? Nag-co-design kami. Hindi yung parang ipapasa lang namin sa teachers yung module. Gawin niyo yan. Diba? Kasama yung mga teachers kasi ang mga teachers naman na nagpo-provide ng context. Ito yung mga bata ngayon. So, nalalaman ko nga yung mga bata. Ganda na pala yung mga bata ngayon. Mahilig sila sa weight lang. No? So, that one. Another reality rin, no? Gusto ko namang supportahan yung walang nag-handle ng discipline. Yes, it's true na ang trend ngayon is positive discipline. So, all teachers should know that. No, that punishment is the last resort. But there are those who don't follow, for example, the rules. Di ba? Yung mga truant, di ba? Yung mga nagka-cut ng class, no? Ang stories nito, yung mga teachers ang humahabol sa mga estudyante. Yun yung dagdag trabaho ng mga teachers na dapat hindi na sila yung gumagawa. So, realidad ito, na number one, kailangan ng schools ng guidance counselor. Yung guidance counselor nagiging discipline officer, hindi nila trabaho yun. No, yung guidance counselor nagtuturo. Actually, kulang na kulang ang guidance counselors natin sa schools. Tapos totoo yung sinabi kanina na walang discipline officer. So, paano na naman ma-address tong mga kung ano-anong ginagawa ng mga estudyante na despite what the teachers are doing na ini-implement nila yung positive discipline, meaning hindi naman natin talaga ni-discipline na yun nga, punishment is the last resort. But there are students who need to be punished for whatever they did. Like for example, bullying. 'Di ba? So kaya nagkakaroon ng difficulty ang schools dahil nga kulang ng guidance counselor and discipline officers. Yun lang po.
Thank you. We're a good way. Segue. It's a good. Hello. Hello, yan. It's a good way to segue to another contextual variable, which is bullying. And I think we all know the results last 2018, but I'll show the results 2020. But we have to take this with a little caveat, no, or with a grain of salt because of the pandemic. Bullying became a very big issue in the PISA 2018 and it's still a significant issue this time in the 2022 results of PISA. And let me just flash it on the slide. There, slide 2. So, different types of bullying, but everything is around the more or less the 20s level. No, so meaning 2 out of 10 students experience a form of bullying, and this is actually an academic issue. No, because if you look at the effects to math scores, that's the next slide. Math scores significantly go down depending on the frequency of the bullying. No, so in other words, another issue that we need to look at and to address is the cases of bullying because it affects the learner performance and learner outcomes. So I would like to, we discussed this extensively with DepEd a few times, and would like to again get DepEd's reaction on this phenomenon in their school and what DepEd is doing in order to prevent bullying. No, maybe to eliminate is difficult. I think it's part of being an adolescent, but to reduce it in order to improve learner performance is something that we should address in our school. So I would like to ask DepEd, what mechanisms are they employing to reduce bullying? And also, bullying is connected to mental health. No, we all know that the one being bullied and the one bullying is a form of mental health. And from a bigger perspective, what DepEd is doing in terms of strengthening our mental health programs, not only from a national point of view, no, but also from a school-based or from a school point of view. No? Asek, go ahead.
Yes, thank you again, Senator. Yes, again, I would like to reiterate that one mechanism that we had established to address that issue is the strengthening the functions of the Learners' Right Protection Office, as well as our child protection policy. But as mentioned, we with the digital spaces for the learning of our students, we commit to review our child protection policy as well as capacitate also the the members of our Child Protection Committee. But as far as our strand is concerned, the curriculum and teaching strand, we are crafting a peace education program, and in the Matatag curriculum, we had enhanced values education and good manners and right conduct, because this is also to follow the intent of the special law on good manners and right conduct. So it's now as yes, Senator, in the Matatag curriculum, GMRC and values education will be taught as a separate subject with longer time allotment as compared to other learning areas. And of course, we are also capacitating our guidance counselors. Yes, as mentioned, we don't have a separate item or position taking charge of the discipline, but we all recognize that teachers, that discipline should be embedded to all the school officials and school leaders. And we had conducted a training on positive discipline po. And for guidance counselors, this was initiated again by Direct Choice. We came up with modules for our guidance counselors. But of course, another concern is the unfilled positions of our guidance counselors. We have available guidance counselors items, but because of that special requirement for them, that they be, I know that there is a pending bill on that, Senator, but yes, we recognize that one concern is the availability of guidance counselors, the licensed guidance counselors to fill up our available guidance counselors item po.
Well, we're happy to report that the Senate has approved that mental health, basic education mental health bill that will improve the salary structure for guidance counselors, bringing it up. At the same time, we're also allowing psychologists to perform counseling functions in our schools. And we're also distinguishing those who are registered and those who are not registered, so that we will improve the pool of counselors in our school. So we're working to get that approved. But in the meantime, I saw in your 2024 budget that there's a program for mental health. No, I think this is probably the first time, if I remember it correctly. There's now a improved budget of about 210 million for mental health programs. No, I'd like to ask DepEd, first of all, is the 200 million enough to address mental health issues? I can see that Secretary Liling shaking her head. So, and then if that is not enough, and I agree with Dr. Ling. How much do we need in order to address mental health issues, to include bullying? Because in our past hearings, experts narrated through this committee that we should also look at the ones bullying as a condition of mental health, no? And we should also address and also talk to them, and why are they doing bullying, no? And see how we can also reach out and address their mental health condition. So bottom line is it's a mental health program, no? Not only a disciplinary program through our guidance counselors, but also a mental health program. So I would like to ask DepEd, how much do we need? No, if the 210 million is not enough, how much do we need? And at the same time, what programs are being considered under this new allocation of 210 million?
At the outset, Senator, DepEd would like to thank the Congress for that allocation to address our mental health concerns. My apologies, Senator. I would like to mention that there is another office taking charge of this, and I do believe that our ASEC Dexter Galban had actively participated during the discussion of that pending or approved bill. We will relay or convey. We have with us our LLO office who is taking note of all the proceedings here and all the deliverables that we need to submit after this meeting po. So this concern will be relayed to ASEC Galban po. But just to mention po that again, I would like to mention that during the time of Ma'am Lilim, prior to the opening of our face-to-face classes, we had conducted the trainings to address yung mga mental health concerns ng ating mga teachers as well as our learners, and not only trainings but we had provided them modules po. At ito po ay tinuloy-tuloy po ng ating mahal na kalihim, and again, we had strengthened the functions of the Bureau of Learner Support Services to address these concerns po. Senator, thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Carino, on this topic.
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. Yes, thank you for that amount, but probably one thing that will have to be considered by DepEd, especially by BLSS, would be no amount of fund will be enough if it will be given or downloaded looking at bullying as a general problem instead of to all. I mean, the specific problem per division, per school should be taken into consideration so that when the funds will be downloaded, it should not be accompanied by too much guidelines, because I would believe that bullying in different schools would be of different kinds. So that we have to empower the schools, the divisions on who should be trained and how should it be addressed, because I think some of this, as mentioned earlier, the parents have really a great role to play, because if we look at students who are really bullies, these are children who may lack discipline because there's not much guidance given to them. I am close to one of the schools, and every time I go to the store, the store owner would always complain about bullying in the school, and that is because there are many students there, and they come from different places of different culture. So I think it's really important to also look into how to help these parents, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Secretary Ling.
We are very concerned about bullying. We started a massive campaign, anti-bullying campaign, during my time as Secretary of Education. And we had posters, seminars, a lot of materials, briefings on the harm of bullying and of protecting the child. And also, I'm sorry, Senator Win, the bullying issue leads to another problem because everything is interconnected. Suicide. Because also, it has been noted that the rate of young people taking their lives or teachers taking their lives is also becoming noticeable. And always, I remember at the height of the controversy on the famous curriculum, when a child takes his life or a teacher takes her life, they say it's because of the curriculum during the COVID. And parents always say the curriculum is so difficult. You know, the curriculum change that we had. And I took time to read the journal of a young boy who took his life. And because they write journals. And there was never any mention about curriculum because young people are resilient and they can adjust. there was mention, of course, of self-identity. I mean, what am I? Of course, of poverty, of bullying, because it can lead to very, very, very serious consequences. I'm sorry, everything is connected. And so what has been started probably has to be continued and strengthened. And also, teachers also commit suicide. And, you know, when they're taken in, of course, they go through the usual round of examinations and interviews. It does not come out, Senator. It comes out when they're already in the field and facing reality. And it's not the curriculum under COVID reducing the 15,000 learning requirements to 5,000 and all that and all the books. No, it's self-identity, it's poverty, and it's issues also with their parents and bullying, of course. So these are all connected. It's a societal problem. And while I'm at it, para kung karaoke na mahawakan na yung microphone, magsasalita na ng husto. I just was thinking, Senator Win, of adding, we are concerned about abuse of girls, but there's also increase of abuse of boys. And DepEd has never issued declarations or what by itself, like parang Mount Zeus, sa Zeus ka on Mount Olympus. We always have been consulting. And civil society groups who are into child protection, like Save the Children, point out that there's also an increase in abuse of boys. So, sorry for bringing up all this chain of problems and issues. Obviously, it's becoming very, very clear that not one agency can solve the problems of children and the future of our learners. We worry about our girls. Of course, we worry about our girls. We want to protect our girls, but we have to protect also our boys. I've come across cases of very, very serious abuse of boys, including torture by sexual harassers and so on. And we have taken always, I have always taken the position that if there are cases like this, these have to be resolved and acted on immediately and not wait for the luxury of waiting for very, very long decisions. So society is becoming more complex, and we cannot solve what we solve at this time maybe cannot solve the problems which are already signaling their presence or endangering whatever, because we cannot predict what's going to happen. And we know that we teach our learners good manners and right conduct. What is good manners and right conduct? You know, mano and being respecting the elders, etc., etc. It goes beyond that. Respect for fellow humans, whatever their choices are. And so, sorry for increasing your already very long shopping list of issues in protecting. We protect the girls, but we also protect the boys. Because according to civil society, there is an increasing rate of abuse of young boys also.
Thank you, Secretary Briones. We call on Dr. Nivera and then Dr. Olegario.
Thank you, Senator. Yes, we should protect the boys because according to PISA, the most bullied students in school are the gays. And they are often bullied in toilets and staircases. But I would like to raise the question on who are the bullies? Are they the naughty kids in school who intend to make other kids' lives miserable? According to PISA as well and other studies, the bullies are not limited to these children.
even the family members, the parents, and the friends are the bullies. And my question is, it seems we are desensitized to it. Like, mm, I don't know, it's a cultural thing. I have friends, teachers who call their kids taba or tabs to make it more adorable. Tabs. Why tabs? Because she's taba. And I know of a dean who is called Dean Bok. I said, why Bok? That is not your name. It's Tambok. So body shaming within the family, and we think it's okay. And then we call people by their disabilities, panot, or pilay, halika dito, or and we think it's fun. We think it's cool. It's okay. And then we teach everyone to take it lightly. Oy, wag kang pikon. Hindi talo ang pikon. Kailangan ganyan. So, I think it's high time to raise these issues and become sensitive to them. Na maybe we can have social media blitz on this, na hindi tama ang ganyan, hindi acceptable ang ganyan. Nasa pamilya mismo, kung tawagin mo, o asan si bakla, asan si ganito, dapat we put a stop to it. And then we have to also teach the teachers to spot these cases na hindi yan nakakatuwa, hindi yan nakakatawa. These are cases of bullying, hindi lang masyadong halata, but there are so many teachers who are bullies themselves. And parents. Thank you.
Dr. Olegario.
Mr. Chair, two points naman ngayon. So one is yung educating, if a follow up ko lang yun, educating is not only coming from schools. Yun nga, the mass media is also responsible for this. Powerful nga ang mass media to educate people. Marami tayong kailangang educating na gamitin, no? For example, in Singapore, nakakita ko ng mga commercials, no, educating the people about dyslexia, a lot of things. Nandun na siya about depression and all these things, no. So, malaki ang role ng media, not only schools. Second point naman, Mr. Chair, di ba nag-focus na tayo sa reading literacy, mathematical literacy, scientific literacy. But there's another important na very relevant sa PISA, yung social emotional literacy na kailangan talaga ng bansa natin, no? So yung social emotional literacy, naka-connect siya sa well-being. Naka-connect din siya sa values education, including peace education. So my suggestion is that if we're going to have a program, ipasok na yung lahat na together na, so kasama siya na sa GMRC. So there's existing GMRC. Mas magandang approach niya na pasok na yung social emotional literacy. Kasi kasama na rin din yung classroom management, for example, ng teachers. Sa social emotional literacy kasi, ang magandang emphasis niyan when it comes to bullying is empathy. No, kasi hindi naman lahat ng mga bullies ay meron ng, for example, ay disorder, mental health disorder. Although some are undiagnosed na to have conduct disorder. Conduct disorder kasi yun eh. Na yung nananakit ka ng tao, sinusunog mo yung gamit ng ibang tao. No, pero yung low level ng bullying kasi ay kaya nagagawa ng mga bullies yung pambubully nila ay dahil group bullying. No? Nagkakatuwaan lang yung mga kaibigan. Kaya nagmi-misbehave sila. So yun ay madaling makorek sana kung educating nga ng empathy. Kasi yung empathy, yun ang focus ngayon ng values education eh. Na pag na-develop na silang mga estudyante, ng mga tao, ang empathy, nag-lead yun sa pro-social behavior. Hindi kita tatawaging taba kasi ayaw ko rin namang tawagin akong taba. Diba? Hindi kita pagtatawanan sa mga issues mo kasi na alam ko ang mararamdaman mo. So, empathy is a big word when it comes to social emotional learning. Yun lang po.
Thank you, Attorney Estrada.
Yeah, thank you, Senator Win. I just would like to share some from the comments of the resource person, some evaluation of existing laws, and I think there's a need to align certain laws pertaining to the subject matter. Like for example, the anti-bullying law. And bullying is connected to sexual harassment because in many cases, the Supreme Court said that sexual harassment is actually bullying. It is not about sex. It is abuse of power, facilitating the abuse of sexuality of an individual. And it was, in many cases also, the Supreme Court also validated and affirmed that not only girls may be victims of sexual harassment. In the case of Toryonco versus CA in 2020, the Supreme Court said that it would be discriminatory if we limit sexual harassment cases to women. Even under the present law, there's no distinction between men and women being victims of sexual abuses or harassment. Now, yung pong sa bullying, I think there's already something that we can look into and revisit, especially in the definition of bullying as a prohibited act, because number one, it limits only to bullying cases between students, between and among students. It doesn't cover bullying of adults, of a child, or any member of the school community aside from the students. So maybe that is something that we can look into to expand so that we address bullying not only in looking at it as a prohibited act, but as a cultural thing. As mentioned earlier, it happens in the community, it happens outside, even at homes. Now, it also aligns to the Safe Spaces Act. Yung po mga binanggit kanina, like yung calling of names, labeling, lahat po yan ay prohibited acts na po sa Safe Spaces Act, RA 11313 in 2019. And there's a provision there that mandates schools to contextualize these acts in the school setting. So they should already be integrated in school policies, and maybe we can also look into how this is already being implemented, or probably lack of awareness even by the teachers. Kasi yung like green jokes, nakalagay din dun sa Safe Spaces Act, bawal na po yun. Stalking, catcalling, both online or in person, bawal na rin po yan sa school setting. But still, there are many complaints from students that this is still happening despite the law. So maybe we can look into aligning all of this in EDCOM. We revisit all of these policies and how these are also implemented at the school level. Senator Win, I just would like to ask a question, just a curious question from the DepEd on the child protection policy. The child protection policy is supposed to be an implementing rule of RA 7610, the law providing special protection to children. Wala pa po yung mga wala pa po yung mga Safe Spaces Act noon. I'm just curious because in the DepEd order, the definition of a child includes adults. I just would like to, because now we're strategizing, we're coming up with strategies at the school level on how to protect children being unique in their being a child as compared to adults, or as distinguished from adults. But just very curious, there's in the definition of a child there, it includes those who are adults or 18 years of age or over, as long as they are in school. Would this have an implication in terms of the specific guidelines of disciplinary policy? Baka naman baka hindi natututukan yung children talaga if we lump them within the same rules as adults. It also doesn't align with RA 7610 that defines children who are child as being below 18 years of age, 18 years of age or over, but with the health condition that renders them unable to protect themselves from cruelty and abuses. Also, yung ating pong law on emancipation, yung definition of a child, and I think universally, the child, even in the UN, a child is defined as someone who is below 18 years of age unless the local law provides an earlier age of majority. But it's very unique in our system now in the policy that says a child covers those who are already of legal age. So baka po merong reason po doon, maybe we can look into. Thank you po.
Asak, do you wanna respond to that?
Disclaimer lang po, personal opinion lang po. For one, I can mention that, Senator Win, just to mention, personal opinion ko lang po to. But for one, that law, I don't have a copy of the law right now, of the policy or DepEd order right now, but I understand that that was crafted in 2010 during the time of Yusek Nguyot. Okay, 2012. Okay, and that policy was crafted after the issuance of that special law na protection of children, kasi naka-align din po yon, and that special law, in the crafting of that special law, yung IRR po niyan ay galing din po sa spearheaded also by DepEd during the time of Yusek Muyot and Brother Armin. Okay po. So yun po. But as mentioned, we recognize na marami na pong pagbabago. That's why we need to revisit the law considering yung mga special circumstances ngayon po. That one we will do po. And then, limutan ko po. Doon sa definition of terms po, kung minsan po what we do in the crafting of our DepEd policy is we make an operational definition po. So if that policy, my personal opinion is saying that child that 18 years old, the definition of a child or children is still consider yung 18 years old po kasi po in school po pa pong mga yon, mga senior high school po sila. Yun po. But again, we will revisit the law. And of course, the DepEd policy cannot supersede po whatever special law that we have, and we'll take note of this po. Thank you.
Thank you, ASEC. Well, ASEC, we are moving heaven and earth to increase the budget for mental health. As a start, the 210 million was allocated specifically for mental health programs. We do acknowledge that because of the number of students we have in our public schools and also our private schools, the 210 might not be enough to cover all. No? But at least it's a good start to create programs, research, and how to approach this efficiently. Now, my next question is, we have an anti-bullying act of 2013. No? And is that law still appropriate to the current situation right now? For example, cyberbullying, the bullying of young boys, even adults bullying children. No? Are the mechanisms inside that law still appropriate right now? And do you see any necessity to update that law or to improve the mechanisms?
Senator, on the first point lang po yung sa the fund that you had allocated, I just would like to go back to that peace education program that we will soon launch. Just to mention that the National Technical Working Group does not only include curriculum, kasi yung peace education, syempre immediately baka yung integration ng mga competencies sa curriculum, but that peace education NTWG will also have ASEC Dexter as co-chair of the NTWG, meaning po itong mga pinag-uusapan po natin ngayon on mental wellness, ika-capture po namin doon sa peace education.
You elaborate more on that peace education. That seems to be a new introduction. Peace is quite broad, no?
Yes po.
But how is this peace education related to the bullying incident? No? I know it's probably a very comprehensive peace education or peace themed module. But how is that related to bullying?
Senator, I have to candid that it's still a work in progress po, but for now I can I am sharing to you the composition of the NTWG, which is co-chaired by me as part of the curriculum and as Galban. So what I'm saying po, Senator, with that composition of the with the inclusion of ASEC Galban, who is in charge of that wellness concern, ihahagip po namin yan sa peace education framework natin. Plus, the one who is in charge of planning and ICTS is the assistant chair, ASEC Noel. So, yung mga pinag-uusapan po natin on yung mga safe spaces, ganun po, ihahagip po namin yan sa peace education.
When will that be introduced in our schools?
As far as our strand is concerned po, yung sa curriculum po, yung mga competencies we are ready. We had already identified yung mga competencies. enhance kasi vis-a-vis dun sa inclusion ng values education ng GMRC. Our timeline po to launch the PISA education program is in June po, in time for the opening of the upcoming school year po. Yung mention po if the Anti-Bullying Act is still relevant, yes, we leave it to the Congress for the review of this special law, but we will assure you po that DepEd will participate actively during the deliberation of in case this will be reviewed by Congress po.
Based on the PISA results, like I said earlier, the incidence of bullying has dramatically gone down, no, from a high of 50 to let me just flash that to now at 28%. So I think the probably the intensified anti-bullying program of Secretary Briones at that time is trickling down. No? It takes time to trickle down this because ang laki ng DepEd, no? So my recommendation is to continue that anti-bullying program, intensify it because it's related to academic performance. So meaning if we can minimize this as much as possible, then we can see improvement in grades, no? Because there's direct correlation to that.
That has been institutionalized in all schools in DepEd. So as mentioned, and this can be confirmed by our regional directors, that all the schools had created their child protection committee po.
Thank you, Asek. Another contextual variable, no, that I saw, it's quite concerning, is the issue of learners who miss school for more than 3 months in a row, or long absenteeism. In PISA, there's 24% of students who miss school once or twice, no, and I'll show it on the screen. And then if you look at the reasons captured by PISA, number one is I had to take care of a family member. Then number two, I had to help with work at home, which is economic related. And number three is bored. No, I think this is also consistent with the PSA survey. But if you look at the last one, no, pregnancy was also captured, no, 19%. So that's 1 out of 5. No, so the data is consistent with teenage pregnancy. So, and then again, it's correlated to math scores. No? If you look at the math scores in PISA, it's correlated. No? Those who have missed once and twice, you'll see a decrease in their math scores, no? Depending on the how many times they missed it. So this is quite concerning because they should not miss school. No? Once you miss school, you don't have an opportunity to learn. And this is long-term absenteeism. So we're talking about more than 3 months. No? So I want to get DepEd's reaction to this. And are there any programs to reduce long-term absenteeism in our schools?
As to the reasons for long-term absenteeism incurred by our learners po, marami pong dahilan po. But as far as their participation or attendance, we have this program, alternative delivery mode, offered to learners or that can be availed by our learners under special circumstances like yung mga buntis po or yung mga nagtatrabaho. Senator, remember in one of our conversations, you had you would like to be clarified on our request for the allocation for our reproduction of SLMs. Na yung SLMs po ay alam naman po ng lahat ay ginamit po natin nung pandemic po. But ito po, lahat po ng schools po natin ay face-to-face na po. But we still need, we submitted to you that we still need a certain amount for SLMs because we are institutionalizing our ADM po. Ito po yung mga learning resources, samples of learning resources or possible learning resources na pwede pong gamitin sa distance learning po. Like, pwedeng gamitin po ng mga learners natin po under special circumstances. So we are institutionalizing ADM as well as blended learning po.
But what is your opinion? And I'd like to get the opinion of the other resource persons. Itong IWAS board, no? Have you analyzed this reason? I saw this also in PSA, diba, Dr. Abrigo? I don't know if you've seen that in PSA. You know? Yeah, sa APs, no? There's no breakdown on this maybe you can conduct a focus group on this, no? But to get the qualitative answers. But what is your opinion on that? How come students they lost interest in studying? Ano ba ang mga anecdotal responses from the ground, no? And, yes, go ahead, Dr. Nivera.
Sige po, I will start because I'm a pedagogy teacher. I'm in math ed. So, I surveyed hundreds of math teachers with respect to the pedagogy they use in class and if they make use of instructional, manipulative materials in teaching mathematics like multi-base attribute blocks, pattern blocks, fraction kits, geoboards, and so on and so forth. And surprisingly, very, very few of them are aware of the manipulative materials used in math. And so I asked them, how do you teach math? Most of them are teaching it using lecture approach and they would have group work and stuff, but they don't have manipulative materials, which is really disappointing. I asked them, how come you don't use this when you are teaching in elementary and high school levels? And they said, Ma'am, hindi naman po itinuro sa amin yan sa teacher ed, sa TEIs. Kaya nga, I think we are remiss if we do not look at the competence or the preparation of teacher educators. It's not because they're teaching in universities that we assume that they know what they're doing or that they have the skills to teach teacher education. Kasi iba ang magturo ka ng content lang, iba yung teacher ka talaga na ituturo mo ang pundasyon, yung foundational knowledge, yung like the foundation of mathematics. Ano ang framework of mathematics teaching? How are you supposed to teach that? How are you supposed to deliver it? So punong-puno ka dapat ng materials because your class should be like a mathematics laboratory. Pero even in my talks around the country with elementary teachers, nagugulat sila pag may gamit ako multi-base arithmetic blocks, mga pattern blocks. Hindi raw nila alam yan. First time nilang nakikita. And they've been teaching for 10, 20 years. And I asked them, how come hindi po ito itinuro sa mga TEIs? So maybe that's why. Kasi pag nagmagamit kami ng mga manipulatives na to, tawanan sila, parang excited, sobra-sobra sabi nila, Ma'am, ang saya-saya pala ng math. Kasi hindi nila alam, kaya hindi nila magamit sa klase. Yun lang po.
Yes, Dr. Olegario.
Convener po ako ng safe, equitable, quality, and relevant education. No? So yung relevance ang nagiging problema. Bakit nagbabore yung mga estudyante? Example na lang, sarili kong anak, tinatanong niya ako, maaanhin ko ba ang ginagawa ko sa math na to? I can't recall what she was doing. Hindi ko na naabot yung level na yon. Sabi ko, hindi ko rin alam. Okay. Pero kasi, nung shinare ko to sa mga math students ko sa College of Education, na-explain nila sa akin na, Ma'am, actually, ang application po niyan ay ito. No? So, basically, dun babalik tayo dun sa problem sa PISA. Di ba yung pinag-usapan natin last week na, hindi kasi nasa application level. ang application level na nasa isip ng karamihan ng mga teachers ay application na, okay, kunyari ito yung sitwasyon, ma-apply mo dito, pag-uusapan lang. Pero kasi dapat yun nga ang ginagawa, yung application level, ang activity sa class. So irrelevant. Or another example then related sa math. May mga teachers ako na interview na sinasabi nila, ma'am, nag-a-absent sila kasi hindi na nila maintindihan. Wala na sa level nila. Eh kung student-centered tayo. So, ang ginawa ng teacher na yon, magaling yung teacher na yon, ginawa niya, kinausap niya yung principal, ma'am, hindi ko pwedeng ituro ang, ano nga yung mga x-squared, basta yung mga expression na merong square, algebraic expression sa mga batang ito dahil yung lower level, yung prerequisite skills, hindi rin nila alam. So, ma'am, ibinaba ko po yung yung lesson para mas maging relevant sa kanila. Otherwise, nakatingin sila sa air, wala silang maintindihan. So, yun yung importance ng learner-centered. Yun yung true meaning ng learner-centered. We start from where the students are. 'Di ba? Yung experiences nila, yung mga nalalaman nila. Kaya nga, dapat alam natin yung context ng mga estudyante. Ano nga ba yung third na sasabihin ko? Nakalimutan ko tuloy. Yun din yung, babalik din tayo sa pedagogical skills ng mga teachers. Ito, private school yung anak kong lalaki, no? Pero, nung grade 2 siya, for example, so college na siya ngayon, tinanong niya ako, ma, bakit ganun yung ginagawa sa classroom namin? Binasa ko na sa libro, pagdating sa school, pinag-uusapan pa rin namin yung laman ng libro, regurgitating the textbooks. Tapos, hinahanap ng teacher namin yung notes sa notebook na ang laman din naman ay galing sa libro. So, those are just examples, diba, anecdotes na yung mga bata mismo, kina-question nila bakit ganun yung approach. Samantalang, mas maraming exciting na pwedeng mangyari. Going back then, dun sa experience ng son ko, gustong-gusto niya ang math. Sabi ko, bakit anong ginagawa niyo sa math? Kasi pag naglalaro kami, may buzzer daw, tumatakbo daw sila, tapos sasagutin nila sa blackboard yung problem. Things like those, no? But again, I'm for real life problems, no? Kasi kung gusto mong maging relevant ang learning, we use the real life situations.
Thank you. Well, the point I want to make is for DepEd to analyze this. Definitely, we have to keep our children in school as much as possible, and we have to look at all the different reasons why they are skipping school for a long time. No? 3 months is quite a significant time. We discussed earlier the pregnancy issue, and I think we'll be looking at that deeply later on. But would like to call on DepEd to look at the different reasons here, no, and analyze, and let's work together to come up with solutions on how to address this long-term absenteeism. And also, talking about economic issues, there's also one variable that we saw in PISA, and this is also quite this topic has come up many times in our discussion, and this is the issue of hunger. And let me just flash on the slide. PISA also captured learners who did not eat because there was not enough money to buy food. In the Philippines, the numbers in the Philippines is quite alarming at 38%. Of course, very far from OECD and the other countries. I was actually surprised Singapore has the same, has some of these cases. I would assume these are migrants, no? And also the OECD, they're probably migrants. But just looking at the Philippines, almost 4 out of 10 students come to school with an empty stomach. And if you look at the grades again, no, hunger is related also to grades. You can see that grades decline as their grades in math declines, in relation to the number of days or the number of times they come to school without eating. No, so hunger is also an academic issue, and I know that TEPED has increased their budget to on the feeding program. I think it was doubled this time around. No, but let me again ask TEPED for their programs on addressing hunger in school. What is their target to improve or to eliminate hunger incidents in schools? And what are the plans and programs moving forward to improve our situation when it comes to food and hunger?
Senator, we will submit a comprehensive report on this. We'll ask our Execom lead for this. But initially, I had to mention that Secretary VP Sara really recognized the importance of yun nga, yung giving proper nutrition to our learners. That's why talagang pinaglaban po ni Ma'am na yung expansion ng ating school-based feeding program po. So if I am not mistaken, from 120 days ay 170 days na po yun.
Yeah, I understand the whole school
Opo,
year na. No?
opo,
So it's no long, it's a feeding program but a universal meal program. No, yeah.
Of course, under our strand po, yung ito po, proper nutrition is properly integrated po in the curriculum in the different learning areas po. And then we also have that program, yung Gulayan sa Paaralan po, Senator. So again, we will submit a comprehensive report on this po. But that is being taken care of po.
I know that we had a discussion on this in EDCOM. Here's the budget. No, from 5.7 billion in 2023, it's now 11 billion in 2024. I know during the time of Secretary Briones, it's only 1 billion plus. I remember, but now it has grown to 11.7 billion in 2024. No, so a significant amount has been allocated to the school-based feeding program, precisely to address what we are now seeing on the screen. No? So I would like to discuss this. Are we hitting with the 11 billion pesos? Are we going to what are the targets? Are we going to see improvement in terms of hunger incidents in our schools? Is 11 billion enough? No, to cover at least the most vulnerable in our schools. Do we have those answers?
Yes, Senator. As far as I can recall, our Execom lead for this is making a researcher study on the impact of that program to the improvement of the learning outcomes of our learners, because as we recognize na all of these programs na ginagawa po ng DepEd dapat po ay may impact sa improvement ng ating learning outcomes. One of which is, of course, the improvement of the results of our participation in ILSAs, including dun sa mga national assessments po. So yan po ginagawa po ng ating Execom lead. But I heard him saying, I hope I'm right, that there is still even a request for additional budget to cover lahat po. If I don't have the exact information, but that amount pa po yata is not covering all the learners. Parang may certain key stage lang. I don't know if grade 6 na yon or covered pa even sa junior high school or senior high school. But initially po, we started the school-based feeding program with Key Stage 1, with 120 Key Stage 1 grades, kindergarten, grade 1, grade 2, grade 3. But because of the allocation of additional funds, we were able to include the other learners, not only exclusive for Key Stage 1, and even increase the number of feeding days. Kasi po galing din sa feedback ng mga regional directors po natin yan na na pag nung very limited pa yung feeding days po, pag nag-stop yung feeding days, so bumabalik ulit sila dun sa malnutrition issue po. Ayun po. But again, Senator, we note that we need to submit the impact of this program to this committee, whether or not this school-based feeding program has really an impact not only dun sa nutrition ng ating mga mag-aral, but also in the improvement of our learning outcomes, which is always the output that we want to happen po. And plus the need for, if there's still a need for additional funds to cover all the learners, and even there is even a plan fund that this be afforded also to our learners who will be part of the National Learning Camp po, which happens during the end of the school year break po. Thank you.
Thank you. How about the other divisions? Do we have initiative in terms of launching their own feeding program, launching their own meal program in your own divisions, meron ba tayong, or in your own regions? Like in not to brag, no, but in Valenzuela we have a very good relationship with our division, and we support them with universal rin, no, for kindergarten and targeted for key stage 1 for grade 1 to grade 3. So LGU matters. In the first discussion, one of the takeaways that I got from Dr. Carino is LGU plays a very important role in the preparation for PISA, in the support for PISA. I think that's a common denominator to those who perform well. So how about LGU initiative, no? And division or regional initiative? Do we have those? Can we cite some examples? Yeah, Dr. Carino, go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Chair. For some schools, I would just want to be honest, because of the difficulty of liquidation sometimes of the feeding program, they would not really submit the list because they have their own canteen, and they would rather give tickets every now and then to these children who are supposed to be fed, and they are free in their own school canteen. I saw this in Pine City National High School as well as in some other schools. And one of the reasons would be that the difficulty, especially if there are only 4, there are only 5. So why still bother for that? No, that's one thing, and it's a good practice. But I would just like to mention, and yesterday we had a meeting, an RSDC meeting, and there were several agencies talking about this nutrition for children. So PAPCOM was there, nutrition was there, DSWD, and I was just saying, if as a region we can put all our funds together, because DepEd has lack of funds, then probably we can increase the number of days as well as the meals to be given to the learners. I hope that would be possible, Senator. Thank you.
That's a good suggestion, a convergence type of activity. You know, I was going to say, I know the SWD will have their own feeding program. The LGUs will have their own feeding program. Of course, DepEd. No? If we can just pull them together and have some sort of a convergence activity, it will be more efficient. No? I think we can feed more kids and target more marginalized students. No? So yeah, we'll put that into we'll take that into consideration, and hopefully we can call on the other agencies next time we do a hearing on nutrition, no? Because we plan to do that. It's an ongoing challenge. No? Admittedly, it requires a lot of resources, but yun na nga, no? If we can pull all our resources together, we can probably address this issue.
Yes, Senator, because the data they use is the data coming from the Department of Education. So So that's our data using our own funds. So what if we put the funds together, then the data might be improved. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Director Andaya?
Yes, thank you, Senator Win. In NCR, what we're looking at is the impact of the feeding program on learning outcomes. We're trying to trace, for instance, because there are days when the students do not go to school because of hunger, but then afterwards, because it's just 120 days, afterwards, they return to being malnourished, severely wasted, and the like. And I've talked to our SDSS superintendents, and we're trying to look at how feeding them would lead to them being more, I mean, present in school, and at the same time performing well also in school. We hope to get that data by this end of the school year. But as regards the support of the LGUs, we're lucky in NCR because many of the LGUs are actually providing support for our feeding program. They also provide some personnel, LGU funded, in order to help with the feeding program. Also, there are some LGUs that work closely also with DSWD in order to feed not just our our students, but also the pre-kinder students in coordination with the barangays, because they know we all know that the development of the child starts not just in kinder but in the lower years from 0 to 5. And so that's also something that's important effort that our LGUs are doing. Thank you.
Yes, Dr. Nama.
Good morning po, Senator. I would like to share our practice when I was still a teacher in high school regarding feeding program. Usually, high school students do not want to participate in the feeding program because they are ashamed of tagging as they are poor or they are under severely wasted. So what we did was we do some activities like it's a reward for these students. So they are being fed because they receive some awards or rewards through the feeding program. So during the implementation of the feeding program, those are some of the struggles of the teachers, how they choose, how they encourage also the learners to participate, especially po in the high school. Thank you po.
Thank you. Well, we'll have a separate hearing on hunger and nutrition, especially implemented through our school system. This is a challenge for everyone. No? I truly believe that no child should go to school hungry. Everyone should be fed accordingly, sufficiently, and also with proper nutrition. No? And but this is really a challenge, especially locating each and every one of them. I know the Department of DSWD has that no hunger, walang gutom program, and later on we would like to inquire from them whether school age children are also captured, no, in that program. No? So you have that walang gutom program, you have school based feeding program. Tamas Dr. Carino, maybe there's an intersection, and we have to find that intersection so that resources are spent efficiently. Meron ba? I found a very interesting. I'll jump to another topic, no. But also one of the variables, which is quite interesting, and I would like to pick the opinion of DepEd, and this is about distraction in the use of digital devices, no. And this is quite interesting because we have one of the highest in terms of distraction in the use of digital devices for social media, gaming, that resulted in poor performance. No? If you look at the Philippines, 41%, OECD 30%. I think everyone will agree with me that the Philippines is one of the most connected, has one of the most connected populations in the whole world. No, connected in social media, connected with the internet. But of course, this distraction is also leading to poor outcomes. No, so I would like to ask Debet, what is there? Is there a policy in terms of the use of gadgets in schools? And are we going to have a policy, no, regarding that?
Senator Win, may I request that you please recognize directly?
Yeah, Dr. Ariola.
Thank you very much, ASEC, and good afternoon, Senator Win and everyone. Actually, for the curriculum and teaching strand, Senator, we have already started developing the policy on the safe use of technology in teaching learning. So this is already a final draft. So we're just awaiting for the results of the consultation, and eventually we'll have this issued, Senator. Thank you.
Have any policy? Can students bring in cell phones inside their class and use cell phones while teaching? Is that I can see some, can hear some comments. No, but you can make your comments official. And of course, I don't have any data right now, but common sense will dictate if they're distracted using social media, if they're looking at YouTube inside their class, they will not listen to their teachers and they will not understand their lessons. No, and I think this is what PISA captured in that situation. So right now we don't have any policy.
Actually, Senator, that forms part of the rules set by the teachers inside the classroom, where when classes are ongoing, then learners are not supposed to be using their cell phones. Others actually have the cell phones of the learners put in a corner, and they can just take it during the break. That's how it is, Senator. So it forms part of the rules set in each classroom.
Now it's prohibited. Is it allowed or prohibited?
It's not allowed while having the teaching and learning sessions.
Okay, but they can bring their cell phones.
Yes.
So what are there any studies or revision that DepEd plans to make in order to address the distraction of our students?
That's why
What's the learning that you have picked up over the years?
That's why we are coming up, Sir Senator, with the policy guidelines of safe use of technology in teaching learning.
What's that policy? If you can, I don't want to preempt you, but if you can just discuss, maybe broad concepts in that policy.
Okay, so if I may, so it has something to do, sir, about these are the general guidelines. School heads shall encourage their teachers to use technology, but this is for school heads, for teachers. And then for learners, I think I have to read the safe use of internet. We also have safe use of internet, included in this policy, Sir Senator. And then we also have a policy particularly on accessing social media and other streaming sites. And then included here are the safe use of schools' communication channels, and that does not only cover learners but also teachers. And then part of this is also protecting health and wellness of the learners. And then included here are also the features of the safe learning space for our learners. So these are all the components of the policy, Mr. Chair.
I think bottom line, Dr. Ariola, we have to be very strict with the use of gadgets while class is in session, and
It has to be a no.
um, reduce the amount of distraction happening, because especially in urban areas, I noticed this. Our schools are surrounded by buildings, factories, karaoke, restaurants. I noticed there's so many distraction, and our classrooms are not air conditioned. No, so they can hear everything. In fact, I have experience in that. Before, that's why we had an ordinance to prevent all of this distraction within a certain limits in the school. The additional distraction will be the use of gadgets. So I think that should be taken seriously and looked at seriously. Director Andaya.
Thank you, Senator Win. Students are not prohibited from bringing cell phones or gadgets to school because there will be times when they will have to go online for a particular lesson. And so that's also useful. It's just that it has to be regulated such that when they don't need to use it, they just have to, keep it muna, and then during breaks, they can use it. But yes, it has to be regulated po. But it's very helpful when there are the times when they will really have to go online. And speaking of boredom, when students are bored, it's also because they've been used to the gadgets. Ang bilis kasi ng mga nakikita nila, TikTok and the like, and so they are used to that kind of situation. Tapos pagpunta nila sa school, syempre hindi naman mabilis yung teacher at yung ano. And so that creates boredom for them.
Point. I think si Dr. Olegario mentioned that earlier.
Oh, yeah.
And I read this somewhere. I can't remember the journal. But the Gen Z students are wired differently. Their brains are different compared to us.
Yeah.
Because during at my time, we don't have internet. When I was in elementary and high school, we don't have computers. Or if we had computers, it wasn't the computers of this time. So we're wired differently. The younger generation now is wired with phones. Information instantly can be transmitted to them and can be acquired really literally instantly. So and that is something we have to realize. And I just want to ask our expert, how is our pedagogy adapting to that? Because they're wired differently. Obviously, they should be taught. I'm not an expert in education, but my common sense is saying that they should be approached in a different manner. Maybe our experts from the teaching side can shed light on this. Dr. Monterola.
Good afternoon, Senator Win. I'm Sharon Monterola from UP NISMED. Actually, I want to chime in earlier about boredom. And one of the things that's very important to really address the boredom of students in classes is basically to introduce hands-on activities in class. Because we want them to be actively involved as they construct their own understanding of the topics at hand. Although there are some limitations in terms of, let's say, resources in class, you don't have, for example, in science. But I know that there are laboratory equipment now and a device. But for example, there are no materials for science. But there are science concepts that can be demonstrated even with simple materials or readily available materials from home or even from school. The approach is actually to make sure that you hook your students' interest. You ask them question about something. Let's say, if you present them something that's quite puzzling, so that can be a very good hook for the class. And then, let's say, you want them to gather evidence or you want them to analyze some patterns, and you don't have, let's say, the resources to make them experiment on something, but let's say the teacher can provide a set of data, let's say hypothetical data. And from there, from the hypothetical data, ask some questions like, what patterns can you observe from those hypothetical data? although they were not able to perform it because of some limitations in, let's say, resources, they can still, activate their way of thinking about detecting patterns from the data. Also, there are available offline simulations like from FET developed by University of Colorado Boulder. So like in physics, in chem. So if they show, for example, this particular simulation, teachers can ask question what they notice about, let's say, where there's some increase, is there some increase in this value or variable? What does it mean, no, for that to have an increase? And so there should always be like a support for anything digital that we present, even videos. So there are already a lot of YouTube tutorial videos, but if we just show them to our students without the accompanying thinking questions that will help them process and reflect on whatever they are seeing digitally, then we are missing that window of opportunity to make that as an as a learning opportunity. So, there are already a lot of curated resources po, but probably a way of optimizing the way we use them. So like the use of questions, prompts, for them to think, for them to reflect on, for them to detect patterns, for them to, let's say, identify the key points. So those are critical thinking process activities, or let's say short approaches that we can do po. So probably but I know with respect to BLD, Ma'am, Director Ariola, that is already following the 5 e-learning cycle when they shifted from 7 e-learning cycle to 5 which is engage, explain, explore, explain, extend, and evaluate. Now, even with the lack of or limited resources, let's say, they can still perform that po. Yung engage is hooking the students' interest, they present something, demonstrate, engage students' interest, and then let them explore the topic first, not spoon feed the concepts, the terms, the definitions. And then even with group activities, even with discussion with peers, they can still, reflect on this and arrive at, let's say, some answers that later on can be addressed by teachers during the formal lesson development, wherein some misconceptions can be addressed directly, and of course, the patterns that need to be, let's say, or the logical sequence of questions can elicit student responses from that. Thank you po.
Yeah, Dr. Fermin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 2 weeks ago, the Congressional Research Fellows Group actually delivered the paper from the Ateneo Center for Economic Research and Development entitled What Ails Philippine Basic Education? Digging into the PISA 2022 Results. Dr. Lanzona and Dr. Docanes specifically pointed out that after comparing the country performance of the Philippines with other jurisdictions, they found out a number of factors that seem to be absent in our context. The ones that I picked up are the ones that to me are very important in terms of teacher preparation, teacher engagement, and continuing professional development. And that has something to do with the top performing and the countries where there's sustained high performance, not really necessarily high, but good performance in PISA, are the ones who are heavily invested in project-based learning, or PBL. Because if we examine the way questions are phrased, and I think our colleague Dr. Balagtas had an extensive research on this, you'd find out that you would love to see students able to not just apply, but transfer their understanding of concepts as they exist in the real world. And therefore, pedagogically speaking, you will have to train them in such manner. Now, the problem is, when we look at the literature in project-based learning, they were all developed by the Buck Institute. You could see the theoretical and practical underpinnings developed overseas, and that's fine. But for 7 years now, I've been wondering, is project-based learning not culturally ingrained among Filipino learners? And what I have seen is that there seems to be compelling evidence there is a culturally sensitive model for project-based learning that DepEd probably hasn't explored fully yet. Of course, that has bearing also on the way we prepare our teachers. There is a model that I've already designed and I've been training a group of teachers on. But Mr. Senator, what I'd like to emphasize is that I think following what my colleague Dr. Aligario mentioned as a co-design process, if we train our teachers to actually understand better how the brains of our students really operate, Gen Z, the millennials or whatever, you'll find out more than the wiring of the brain, our cultural tendencies actually can point us towards maximizing what is known about project-based learning that is inherently Filipino. And if you put it in the way we design and deliver learning, much can be achieved. Initially, the model is called the 5G model, where all learners have to experience 5 broad experiences. First is ganda, followed by galak, followed by galing. The fourth is gugma, or heart, and gahum, power. We've made several iterations or models of this across learning areas, and by far, the aha moments of our teachers and school leaders, oo nga no, meron naman tayo niyan, but we are not doing it more programmatically. So I think it's time that we endeavor looking at how brain-based learning should be viewed as compatible with culturally sensitive and contextualized learning. After all, the current law enabling basic education development provisions, the K-12 law, is very steep in terms of the contextualization of the curriculum. That's all, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Dr. Monterola.
Good afternoon once again. I would like to share on experiment that we have done. A group of faculty from the College of Education, in collaboration with the schools divisions of Sorsogon City and Province of Sorsogon, we developed a metacognitive design thinking that was applied for senior high school in Sorsogon. We actually integrated design thinking in the delivery of the 3 Eyes subject in senior high school and the capstone project in senior high school. We did this in 2019, and it involved about 12 schools at the time offering STEM in Sorsogon. It involved 500 students. To be able to do that, we actually developed design thinking, a metacognitive design thinking framework wherein students are able to understand what are the problems in school, at home, or let's say in the community that can be addressed through problem solving. It's very much related to project-based and problem-based learning when you look at the essence of design thinking. And so we did that for 1 year. So we trained 100 teachers to be able to deliver that curriculum involving the 12 schools and about 500 students. We did a pre and post assessment just to really measure, let's say, whether there would be significant changes in critical thinking, in work ethics, in science process skills, and several other like socio-emotional skills like growth mindset, grit, and so on. And it was a very successful implementation because there were significant improvements in all the measures, cognitive and socio-emotional skills. And those students, when we tracked them recently, so those students who went through that program, 90% of them went to actually enroll in a STEM-related college course. And so after that also, I think Sorsogon National High School was considered as a finalist in the Safe C, in the Secretary's Award for Innovation in Curriculum.
And right now, there are more than, I think there are now 16 schools in Sorsogon offering STEM. So they still continue the program even after this one. To be fair also to DepEd, the revised curriculum of the revised Matatag curriculum in science already integrated design thinking, but they called it engineering design. Thank you.
Gathering is the Matatag curriculum is responsive to the new I call it again, I'm not an expert, but the new type of learners. Is that what I'm gathering from our experts, no? And I can see Dr. Fermin nodding. So it's important that we roll out the Matatag curriculum as seamless, as smooth as possible. This year we also allocated, I think, about 2 billion, no, for teacher training. Yeah, about I'll get the figure. We increased the amounts for teacher training about 1.5 to 1.5 billion exclusively to train our teachers, no, so that the rollout of Matatag curriculum will be as smooth and as efficient as possible, no. So yeah, go ahead, Asek.
Yes, thank you again, Senator. Yes, even in the existing policy guidelines on the existing K-12 curriculum, there is a provision there po which mentions the different pedagogical approaches po. Because we recognize na we have to address the diverse needs of our learners. So yung pong mga problem-based approach, constructivism, hindi pa nabanggit po yung design thinking po, but it's already incorporated in that existing policy po, signed again by Ma'am Liling. And we're coming up with a policy cover for the implementation of the Matatag curriculum. Yung sabi po ni Ma'am Cheryl, Ma'am, di po ba yung mga facilitators po natin doon are our BCD specialists, and sila rin po yung nag-review and had enhanced yung existing science curriculum po. So even if we are saying that there is an identified school which had been considered as a pilot school for this design thinking or PBI pedagogical approach, we would like to assure you na yung mga concepts na yon ay na-integrate na po natin sa Matatag curriculum po. And yes, Senator, we are very grateful because you had provided funds for the training of our teachers for the implementation of the Matatag curriculum for K147, because yung initial implementation natin will start with rolling it out to our learners from in kindergarten, grades 1, 4, 7. Just to mention po that we had already conducted the training of our national trainers last week po, and these national trainers who happen to be our key officials coming from regions across the country, and our regional and division officials are now ready to train their division trainers who will also train our teachers, and school-based po yung training po natin. So doon mismo sa school sila po mag-training. And NAYAP had reported last week po during that training that they had already downloaded the funds to the regions and division to the regions for the training of our teachers for the implementation of the Matatag curriculum po.
Thank you, Asek. We call on Dr. Olegario and then Dr. Fermina.
Gusto ko lang po i-sharing experience ko as a teacher of teachers, no? So I have graduate classes and the students there are teachers. Ang approach ko sa class ay project-based learning, no? So they have a project by the end of the course and they have to design a project, no? So they design project-based learning. They use the 5E, the 7E. The problem is that yung implementation, no? So they don't get it. No, so at first they would say, "Ma'am, what you're trying to ask from us is impossible." No, so yun yung ano nila, no, it's impossible in the school setting. Kasi kino-correct sila, ng supervisors, for example, or it's time consuming, yung mga ganun, no? So may mga labels sila, but they're all labels, no? It can be called design thinking or 5 E's, but labels lang siya na shallow ang interpretation. So they really need to understand. So I believe that the training has to be a long-term training. Actually, it's part of my presentation na long-term siya because dun sa experience ko, it takes 1 semester for them to realize the principles. It's not just 1, 2, 3 sitting. Talagang pokpok na pokpok sila. Until they realize, ito pala yung project-based learning. No, so ito pala yung but project-based learning is also problem-based. No, so ito pala siya. Yung 5E pala, it's so easy to say na engage, di ba? Explore, pero shallow yung interpretation. That's why we really have to focus not only on the yung intended curriculum, but the implemented. How is it implemented? How are the principles interpreted? No, so teachers tend to favor, for example, teach me the strategies. Tapos, minsan sasabihin nila, ang dami nila sinasabing strategies sa akin, no? Pero, ang babaw ng implementation. No? So, we'd go back to the principles, no? You study what you're doing. Until yun nga, towards the end of the semester, they realize, so this is what high-order thinking skills mean.
Thank you. Dr. Fermin, and then we call on...
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, prior to the publication of the PISA 2022 results, Insights and Interpretations report by OECD Executive Director Andreas Schreitler, there was a publication of the same group entitled OECD Learning Compass 2030. This is actually the backbone of all recommendations made by the OECD in terms of comprehensive education reforms across jurisdictions and the participating member states. The document contains 5 curriculum dilemmas. They are, and may I quote, overload, gap, content, inequity, and implementation. So my colleagues have made mention of implementation-related issues, inequity, and so on and so forth. But Mr. Senator, there are also 5 broad solutions provided by OECD, and that is to ensure that the curriculum and instruction development context is replete or made robust in terms of, number 1, developing the agency of both teachers, students, and other stakeholders. Authenticity, that means it has to be a real life, right? Then there is flexibility, whatever modality it should work. And then the level of engagement of the implementers. In the middle, Mr. Senator, is a key concept they said should unlock the potential of any curriculum development effort. That is interrelation. So interrelation in their definition is we deliberately plan learning experiences where the students can no longer almost distinguish that's math, that's science, that's English. Since the beginning of the evaluation of our curricula sometime in the 90s, we've been talking about integration, right? But no one has actually been acting very systematically on modeling integration. Our Beck, remember, attempted to model that. At the level of the subjects, it was contentious, makabayan, right? Now there is makabansa, but introduced only at a particular level or case stage. But OECD is telling us in countries where the curriculum and instruction context is really working and delivering learning outcomes, there's a deliberate attempt to train teachers. You know, when you design a learning plan and carry it out, sit with your fellow teachers in that level. And I think there are existing structures within DepEd not yet maximized for this purpose. The LAC, for example, that's a powerful and under maximized, or we're not maximizing that structure, which they've been translating to a more connected curriculum. So, Mr. Chair, that's something that not only NAEAP should actually be working on, because the training of trainers last week was still fragmented. It's still about the subjects. There was no provision for how they will be connected. So that's what I want to say, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Secretary Briones and
Yeah.
then Dr. Padilla after.
We had been discussing, Senator, how DepEd should be training teachers, what the approach should be, etc., etc. But I would like to echo what Dr. Rivera mentioned. The teachers that we get are outputs produced by teacher education institutions. And also, we have to recognize that those who join us as teachers do not necessarily have ambitions of becoming teachers themselves. The last time I mentioned that I sat in focus group discussions of about 10 people. Most of them say they take up teaching because the tuition is cheap, because you can go to school right there in their province. Secondly, walang masyadong math, walang masyadong science, walang masyadong laboratory, kaya hindi magastos at hindi mahirap. And if you have these kinds of outlooks, which we receive and we have to train, teaching for us, training for DepEd to be training teachers is already a little bit late. It's like teaching young people at high school or even college level. You have to start at the basics. And so during my time, I would like to share, Senator, since we had a shortage, and we also have the phenomenon of non-math people teaching mathematics because we don't have enough teachers in mathematics, because not many teachers major in mathematics. Precisely, they go into teaching because there is not much mathematics. Yeah. And so during my time, Senator, we would engage engineers, certified public accountants, as long as they have how many units in teaching to teach mathematics. And there were increasing numbers of engineers, of CPAs, and so on, who probably have a better grasp of mathematics than what they get from the undergraduate in the teacher preparation. So as I said, we are constantly advising DepEd what to do and what not to do, but we have to go beyond them and go to the pre-entry stage. Kasi luto na yan sila. We have PE majors teaching mathematics because nobody else can teach mathematics, and teaching them in the ways that they are aware of. But at the same time, I quite agree that the evaluation of our PISA results, of course, has to be, we look at the PISA results as a manifestation of the state of education in the country. Now, if you have teachers who are unprepared to teach mathematics and science because it is cheaper and so on, then their outputs, the children, would not really perform as well. So we had this practice, remember, Ami? We bring in engineers, CPAs, make them go through training, not in teaching, in pedagogy, so they would be in a better position to teach mathematics. So we have to, I'm sorry, Senator, I'm always bringing connected problems into the picture, but the attention on what DepEd should do and not do, of course, it is welcome, and I agree. And it has to be, I suddenly remembered a very popular saying, listening to all of you, that change is the only constant in this world, including education. Education has to be changing all the time. What worked during my predecessor's time, during my time, may not be enough anymore because of the changes which we did not predict would come. We are preparing our learners for jobs which we don't know will even exist. We think of them, to be competitive in jobs, etc., etc. But what kind of jobs are waiting for our learners by the time they're looking for jobs? So there has to be, as I said, a continuing assessment of what is happening in society. But you only we only do not look forward what will happen, what is the future. When I was a graduate student, we used to be so engrossed with the book of Toffler, which is Future Shock, and worry about it. And also, we were crazy about the novels of Frank Herbert. By the way, June, which really already predicted the kind of world that we are creating because of our neglect of the environment. I urge all of you to if you do not read the books of Frank Herbert, then at least watch the movie because it's very, very engrossing. It was written in the 1960s, but already predicted the kind of world that we are going to produce. And this is the kind of thinking that we want to install and to enrich our education system with. To go back, what I want to emphasize is that we don't only look at teacher training. It's like already teaching university students. How do you teach English grammar? If they don't get English grammar in elementary and basic education, they will have terrible grammar even when they're already PhDs. And all editors of PhD dissertations know that. Editors of books know that. So I agree with what Senator Win is talking about. This has to be a continuing assessment because now what we are advising DepEd to do may not work maybe 5 years, 10 years from now. Because the learners will be different, the situation will be different. And as I said, we want to prepare them for jobs, for professions, but such professions may not exist anymore. So that's just what I'm saying. Move forward, try to see what is what the signals are, but we also look back. How do we teach our teachers how do we educate our teachers? Because they will pass on whatever they learn to their learners. If they are disinterested in math it's because maybe the teachers are not interested in math themselves. Because they are assigned, there are schools where they don't have math majors. And we try to get from the other professions. So just my humble contribution and nagging.
Thank you, Secretary.
That's what Lolas always do.
Thank you. We truly value your experience and your knowledge and also your contribution to the education sector. So every comment is point well taken. Dr. Padilla, and then I think we call on Dr. Balagtas and Dr. Rivera.
Thank you, Senator Win. I agree with Dr. Briones in some of the things that she said. Like what I cited last week, this problem that we have in education. It's not just PISA, indeed, it's just a manifestation, has to be looked at in terms of not just pre-service education, but even pre-TEI, pre-TEI, because it's partly it is a problem of attraction. Who are we attracting in the teaching profession, and why are we attracting such students? Those who don't really choose to become teachers but are forced, coerced, or what have you to choose education for reasons other than it being the noblest profession. So what that has been pointed out as well in the PID study. And so yes, mea culpa partly, we in the teacher education institutions, we of course would be partly to blame because we produce the products, right? So for example, one concrete action that we at the College of Education have decided to do as a concrete step is to require all our Bachelor of Elementary Education students to take a course in teaching beginning reading. The thing about the UP College of Education BE Ed students is that they have their own specializations. So there are those who specialize in math, science, social studies, even at the Bachelor of Elementary Education. So all of them are required to take a course in teaching beginning reading. It's not a theory course, it's a hands-on course where they actually teach young students. Unlike in the past, when we did not require our Bachelor of Secondary Education students to take a reading education course, we have been requiring them because there is a recognition of the gravity of the reading problem, which influences the performance of the students in all content areas. So now they are required to take a methods course, a pedagogy course on teaching literacy across the content areas. So what Dr. Ed mentioned earlier as one of the results or one of the recommendations of OECD has something to do with the interrelation and interconnection of learning across content areas, then reading would have to be there. Because even when you're trying to learn music, PE, health, and of course, the more quote-unquote academic subjects of math and science, first you have to read. We always say all teachers are reading teachers, but that's not true. All teachers should be reading teachers, but currently they are not. And so as a concrete step, at least on our part, we have been requiring our students that, but not all TEIs have that in their curricula. So that would bring us to CHED. I wish Senator Cheese were here because the PISA problem is not just a basic education problem. It's also a higher ed problem. But then we say, we produce the products, ma'ams. True. But then you're supposed to have the last frontier, so to speak, the LET. How come education graduates pass the LET and then they end up not performing so well in the actual classrooms? So it's not just Dr. Liling who would say, my apologies for bringing up so many interconnected problems, but that's just the reality. And the reality is that we have to admit it. As a people, we don't really value the teaching profession. Because if we did, we would not pay a measly amount as salary to our teachers. If we did, our venues for licensure exams for teachers will not be beside streets where everything is noisy, not in classrooms or in buildings that are not air-conditioned, while those in other professions enjoy air-conditioned testing venues. If we value reading, then we will implement seriously RA 7743, that mandates the establishment of a reading center in every barangay. But as I said in another public hearing sponsored by your committee and office, Senator Win, what we see in barangays are basketball courts, even if there is no law that requires the establishment of basketball courts. Some politicians would say, but if it's what the constituents want, but aren't we duty bound to help our very own people, our officials included, to elevate the kind of communities that we have? Because it is a whole society, and to borrow the term of science, a whole ecosystem approach. We have some LGUs, like Valenzuela, that takes RA 7743 seriously and has a very good public library, not to mention reading centers. We have, Senator Vinay Natir, we have the Makati LGU seriously taking steps to address the problem in reading by sponsoring scholars among DepEd teachers to take diploma in teaching reading from kinder to grade 12. So different grade levels and different subject areas. We have non-government organizations like Ronald McDonald House Charities actually donating big books to multi-grade schools in the provinces and training the teachers on the use of those big books and other teaching learning materials. So if we would like to really raise readers that would be very good thinkers and learners, we have to engage all these people and all these stakeholders. I think our friend from PIBED is no longer here, but PIBED can do is to gather all those companies with CSR on education, or if their CSR is not in education, then at least in the next 5 years, make it education. So that it's a collective effort. And so, for example, in the lecturing on DepEd, quote unquote, on how to do things would stop. And then individually and by sector, we get to reflect and admit that we are part of the problem as well. And because of that, we want to be part of the solution and take concrete steps to do so.
Thank you for that comment. Very passionate comment. Dr. Balagtas and Dr. Nivea.
Hi. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just would like to emphasize that PISA did not only reveal the percentage of students who got distracted of the use of cell phones for gaming and for social media, and we know it's 41%, but there were also students, 37% of them, who claimed they got distracted by those who are using this. But PISA also revealed that students who were exposed to at least an hour to these gadgets learned significantly, by 14 points. That's the difference. And so this implies examining how we in teacher education institutions train our teachers on the use of technology for teaching and learning. We do have 6 units, right? 2 courses on technology for teaching and learning, and I thought that's enough, that's sufficient. But I guess how these courses are delivered should be looked into so that we could help address this issue on the use of technology, the positive use of technology for teaching and learning, which is also emphasized in PPST in Domain 1. I see the positive use of ICT in teaching and learning. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Nivera.
Just a short comment. I go back to the speech earlier with Dr. Briones that teacher quality begins in teacher education institutions and even before. So there has to be quality assurance in terms of entrance. And once they are in teacher education, again, I would like to call for a revisit of the curriculum and the qualifications of the teacher educators. Many of us who are teaching teacher education programs, courses, did not even experience teaching in basic ed. And yet we espouse that you should do this, you should do that. But we don't have actually the experience. And sometimes the discussions are very theoretical. And so you can see the disjoint between what the students know, learn from TEIs, and what they experience on the ground. And there is also a lack of interdependence between TEIs and basic education schools. And this should not be the case. I mean, you have sometimes what we teach in higher education, in TEIs, are being undone when they go to basic education because that is not the reality there. So I think, you know, people who are teaching in TEI should have experience, should go down there, and there should be like closer relationships, symbiotic relationships. Yes. So that we are in sync in terms of what we are teaching the students. And if we go, let's say, to Singapore and other countries, the relationship between the basic ed school and the TA is really close. Yes, because they have only one. Yes, I agree. Yes, yes.
I'm sorry, and I apologize for interrupting. Everything is integrated from teacher training, admissions, etc., and overseen by the Minister of Education, all by by his office. So the training part is already taken into
Yes,
consideration.
but I think the point is still this. I mean, it happens also in other countries that there's a very close relationship in the internship program between the practice schools and the TEIs. I think the point is for CHED to look at this issue closer, because we should not just throw the bucket at DepEd. I mean, look at how we're doing things. Look at the qualifications of the teacher educators. And also when it comes to licensure exam, it's a pen and paper test. It does not measure the real competence of a teacher. It does not measure how you prepare a lesson plan, how you engage learners, how you talk in front of the class, how you communicate, how you empathize with the students. So there are limitations to the licensure examination. Okay, I'll stop there.
Yes, we call on Dr. Olegario and then Dr. San Antonio and Dr.
Okay. There's a need for, I'd like to support what Dr. Padilla said, no? That we need to attract high quality teachers. We need to make the profession more attractive. In one OCD article I read, there's a question, would you want your child to become a teacher? So if you don't want your child to become a teacher because of a lot of things, and mainly because it's not an attractive profession, why is it not an attractive profession in the first place? It's because of the salary that our teachers get. I already told you about this, Senator, last week, personally. We have very low salary. Actually, I compared the salaries of all, yung sa government, the teachers get the lowest. And then now I read that there's teacher 3 na, teacher 4. In the past, there's only up to teacher 2 for promotion. So that's one. We need to professionalize, no, to make teachers become professionals. We need to have intelligent teachers. No, so hindi yung dahil madali, 'di ba? We need to have intelligent teachers because the teachers will transfer the thinking skills. The transfer yan, no, the everything. There are a lot of things that teachers transfer, thinking skills, even attitude towards learning, and so many things. Aside from that also, there's a need for us to really change our paradigm. We really have to embrace the constructivist paradigm. I've been questioned by my own students. Ma'am, why are you proposing that? At first, they would question and then they would realize towards the end. My students in the undergrad are intelligent. They're very intelligent, but it takes time for them to prepare lesson plans, to learn how to prepare lesson plans that are constructivist in nature. Why? Because they grew up from elementary to high school being taught the traditional behaviorist type, diba? The traditional behaviorist way of teaching. So yun, again, no, even among the intelligent, diba? UP students are intelligent, diba? Top 14% of the country go to UP, right? So, so, but it takes time for them to unlearn the behaviorist pedagogy. So yun lang, no? Just to emphasize that it really takes time and patience, no? Until students, teachers, be it service teachers and teachers, learn all these things that we've been mentioning, yung problem-based approach, project-based approach, etc.
Dr. San Antonio?
This one will be quick. I just would like to share an actual initiative. PEAC has partnered with another institution to offer scholarship to brilliant PEI applicants. They had 50 slots. I was part of the advisory board. We could only recruit 9. This was last year. That's how big the problem is in terms of attracting the brightest to the teaching profession. So we had to even lower the standard so that we could have more in future runs of that initiative. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Monterola?
I just also want to add to Dr. Padilla's example earlier. In the case of UP College of Education, I'm also teaching there. We revised our curriculum for secondary education, elementary education. It's not just reading education that we required all majors to take, regardless of social studies or English majors. We asked them to take mathematics because we really value the numeracy skills, and it's important that because our workforce from World Bank study said that if for every 1 standard deviation increase in numeracy skill, that would translate to 7.5% increase of employability. And so as teachers, even with estimation that you mentioned in classes, that's a form of numeracy. And so we have to strengthen the numeracy skills of our teachers. Aside from numeracy, we require them to take science, either physical science or biological science. So even if you're an English major, you have to take either a physical science subject or a life science subject, so that you have a scientific literacy background, even though you're coming from another subject area. And lastly, we also institutionalized, aside from action research, we also institutionalized design thinking for education. So, but we also look with the PSGs of course, teacher ed. On another note, regarding what Ma'am Gladys was saying earlier, regarding experience on the ground. Before coming to UP College of Ed, I was a basic education teacher. I taught grade 5 science, and I taught grade 10, the physics students at UP Integrated School. And then, when you shift to TEIs, normally you don't get the chance to go back again to high school classes, except if we require, for example, some of our subjects that our students would observe high school or elementary classes, and then we go with them. And then when we train teachers and when we observe classes in the field. But it would be good, I'm not sure whether this is a venue for that. Let's say if the Teacher Education Council, because it's a connection between CHED and DepEd, if, for example, there will be activities for those from DepEd, the regional offices, division offices, work with the nearby TEIs to, let's say, have an exchange, like, for example, what's really happening on the ground. So just to really ground whatever's being taught in TEI, and then there can be some provisions for, let's say, TEIs to really visit and work with division offices and regional offices, so that let's just really make sure that there's an alignment between TEIs and, of course, basic ed. We cannot always, just put the blame on DepEd. We also have, we have to work together. That's the thing moving forward. Thank you.
All right. So last three, because we have Mr. Scheikler as a guest. So, but I want to capture all of your comments on this topic. So last three, and then we move to the presentation of OECD on PISA. So we start off with Dr. Fermin. I think you raise your hands first, and then Dr. Nivera, and lastly Dr. Padilla.
Portia?
And just a quick rejoinder to what Dr. Gladys and Dr. Sher said earlier. We have some data from the UP College of Education showing that as far as the evaluation, student evaluation of teaching performance is concerned, there seems to be a trend that those faculty members who had experience in basic education teaching that had higher SET, what we say, student evaluation of teaching results, and you'd be able to see that in the number of such faculty members receiving excellence in teaching awards from the College of Education.
You, Dr. Fermin, and then lastly Dr. Nivera.
I'd ask Dr. Nuer to share first. Because, Mr. Chair, I think I'll be synthesizing all their comments.
So, sige, Dr. Nivera, and then lastly, Dr. Fermin.
Okay, I taught for 6 years in basic ed, but never since then. So it's been, 25 years. So I always wish I could go back and teach again. So it would be nice, I think, for teacher educators to experience like a month or two teaching. So every now and then, like every 5 years, they go and they teach and see if what they are teaching in higher education institutions really work with the current students that we have. Second point, in PNU, we have BEMC, Bachelor in Math and Science Elementary Education. So they are elementary teachers trained to teach math and science in intermediate grade levels. So we give them additional math and science courses so that they, okay, so I hope now we are working on curricular programs that offer also twin specializations like English and Filipino, social science and values ed. Not English and math, not yet.
That was my degree, ma'am. Major in English, minor in math.
So not yet. Okay. And I have also another point. I think we don't have this critical pool of math or science educators who have a deep understanding of how to teach math and science in the early grades, or math literacy and science literacy, or even reading. And we need to reach out to the TEIs because we understand that there's a huge variance in terms of quality of our TEIs. Maybe if we can produce, let's say, these modules or materials for use by TEIs on how to teach mathematics, science, and reading in the early grades. And we farm this out to all the TEIs for teacher educators who have limited training on these areas to use in teaching their subjects. I don't know, maybe we can make a difference. Thank you.
And lastly, Dr. Fermin.
3 points, Mr. Chair. I think the best and the most brilliant minds in teacher education are here. And in my capacity as chairperson of the technical panel for teacher education, I'm here to capture also what needs to be placed on the table of revisions right now. It's overwhelming, but there had already been coordination meetings with the Teacher Education Council and the technical panel for teacher education. We just had a meeting last week, right, on the proposed roadmap. But Mr. Chair, what I'd like to say is that it appears that it may appear that DepEd is being blamed here, but actually I don't see it that way. We're reporting to the agency who receives our teachers, our products, and true to what we have discovered, we have done all our FGDs and due diligence with our graduates. How are you doing? Are you happy? And then they all say us, everything that you've taught us, at least 85%, don't work in the field because you have too many things to work on. That's the first pain point. I'm sorry, former Secretary Liling, but out of respect to our teacher education institutions, I think they know how to equip the students with content and the fundamental competencies. It's just that our conditions may not be as supportive of them trying out what they have been trained to do. That's one way of looking at it, perhaps, but I'll leave that for a separate discussion. Mr. Chair, I'm also due to tell you that if we at CHED, at higher education, acts on the teacher quality dimension of all these things so that we could up the scores or whatever our goal is, first we need to phase out. We need to phase out and I'm very, very strong about this, and we have the support of the Commission and Bank. In fact, we are now at the pre-final stage of the CMO that will be issued on the gradual phase out of two types of teacher education institutions. The non-performing in the licensure examination, assuming that the LET will also improve, and, okay, so I mentioned it, and the non-compliant TEIs. Those whose faculty members, along four important criteria. Number one, the dean is qualified. Gosh, I tell you, in my monitoring exercises, we have Sunday deans. They can only come on a Sunday because they are working the other days. Okay. Elsewhere, then the faculty also do not have the qualifications such as the background in teaching in basic education. The third will be the presence of the laboratory school that ensures the connection of the need in basic education, whether that lab school exists in the TEI or a partnership with a DepEd school or a private school. We need to see that. And the last item has dean, faculty, and of course the curriculum, the compliance to the curriculum. But you see the pitfall in issuing a set of PSGs at the higher education level. Much as you would want to make the content, the competencies, the way delivery should be done, there's that clause of academic freedom involved. But I think there's a way, Mr. Chair, to go beyond that, because now that we have data support to support our initiatives, PISA is one of them, CPOM is another, TIMS is another, there are several. The scoping studies for teacher education in the Philippines, they have been completed last year. And the multi-factor motivational model of who enters Philippine teacher education refutes what former Secretary Briones is telling us. In fact, there are a good number of people who'd like to come in. So, you know, these voices that constitute the discourse of education quality, particularly teacher reform, we need to listen to all of them. They're most welcome. And I guess, Mr. Chair, the impetus provided by meetings like this, it's PISA, but it's actually cutting across all the other conduits of indicators of quality. This is the best time because we cannot afford to have another EDCOM or afford another, miseducation to happen. So, Mr. Chair, my manifestation is please support also the Commission on Higher Education. When we start messaging strongly, we need to shut down and we need to phase out certain teacher education programs. The revision of the curricula is going to come very soon because you have already produced one cohort of graduates in teacher education. The LET results, mind you, are very encouraging. We have the highest passing rate so far after the revision of the curriculum, but there's the matatag also. So I think the fast pace of iterating the context is upon us and we just have to maximize it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Fermin, and to the other resource persons for a very lively discussion. And just to summarize, I'll summarize the summary. First is you will have this committee support and EDCOM support in the phase out of that those underperforming TEIs. We've been recommending that for quite some time already, and in fact, we discussed that in EDCOM. And number two, there's a solution to that I'll call it misalignment, between pre-service and in-service. And that is the Excellence in Teacher Education Law, which we empowered TEC, the Teacher Education Council, with numerous powers to include a bigger voice or a stronger voice to DepEd, so that this misalignment and coordination will improve between pre-service and in-service. And we're still awaiting to operationalize that law to its fullest. I understand that soon there'll be a revamp in that council. So we're waiting for that, but that will solve many things that we have discussed in the last 3 hours, I think. No? So finally, we call on, and we're very honored and privileged to be joined by Mr. Andreas Schleicher. Good to see you again, Mr. Andreas. The last time we saw you was in 2020 before the pandemic. And thank you for joining us today. I know it's very early in your area right now, but thank you very much for joining us. And we recognize Mr. Andreas Schleicher.
Yes, hello, and thank you very much. And I try to share my screen so that I can show some data. I hope this will work. First of all, it's a great pleasure to join you again, and I listened with interest to the discussion and the recommendations on the teacher education, which obviously is a very vital part of the PISA kind of implications. First, I wanted just to share with you, here you can see a map of the countries taking part in PISA. So we have many interesting comparators for the Philippines, countries in similar contexts, countries in very different contexts. And let me then just highlight an overview of the relative strengths and weaknesses of the Philippines according to the PISA 22 assessment. The little blue dot is where the OECD average is. The bar, the colored bar, is where we find the Philippines. So first of all, when it comes to academic performance, you're quite well aware, this is where the Philippines still has a long way to go to reach the OECD average. Performance of students in reading, mathematics, and science is still very modest. On the positive side, the Philippines held its ground during the pandemic. Most countries have seen a quite significant decline in their learning outcomes. We have not seen that for the Philippines, so I think that is a strength of the system, that it was able to resist the pandemic, but still, performance of students is quite low by international standards. On psychological well-being, students in the Philippines display quite strong kind of self-efficacy, self-confidence, and these are also very important outcomes. Students in the Philippines are generally happy students, happy with their lives and with their school. We see also very positive outcomes on students' agency. I think that's also a really important outcome, that students in the Philippines are able to translate their ideas into action. They are not only able to absorb knowledge, but also to do things, and that's a quite recent phenomenon. However, we see very low performance on student resilience. Students in the Philippines often are growing up with a fixed mindset, believing that their success is depending on the intelligence they were born with rather than on the effort they invest in education. And that is certainly something that comes down to the learning environments, to the teaching profession. That mindset is something that is conveyed to you by the environment, and I think that's something to think about. We also see relatively limited levels of student engagement with school. The quality of social relationships is not so strong. Teachers in the Philippines see themselves, according to the PISA results, mainly as people who convey knowledge, but with limited engagement for, who their students are, who they want to become. The kind of mentoring, coaching functions of teachers are not as well developed as in most other countries. Material environments are quite low. That's what you expect. I think that's something that just reflects the broader economic context of the Philippines. On the more positive side, to conclude on that, is a greater openness of diversity. Students in the Philippines are open to different ways of thinking, different ways of working, different cultures. They are generally open-minded to different views and opinions, and I think that's something important in the world today. So this is just sort of a snapshot overview of the relative strengths and weaknesses of students in the Philippines, and they tell you a lot about the education systems. Let me just highlight, we have been able to track educational progress for over 20 years now in PISA. And you can see here how our world has changed. over those years, skills like mathematics have become far more important over the last decade. Many phenomena in today's society and economy you can no longer understand without a deep conceptual understanding of mathematics. And the reason why we see relatively low performance of the Philippine students is that they are often good in reproducing what they have learned. They memorize and they reproduce mathematical formulas and equations, but students in the Philippines do not have strong strengths to apply what they know, particularly not in unfamiliar settings. And in today's world, that is increasingly important. In a time of, ChatGPT, the world no longer rewards you for reproducing answers. It requires you to ask the right questions, to question the established wisdom of our times. And it's very clear from the data that this is what is very difficult for students in the Philippines. They have memorized a lot of material, but they're not very good in applying the knowledge, extrapolating from it. And in the world of today, this is really the key. And this is what you can see in the data, but also on average across OECD countries, we have seen no improvements over the last decades. In fact, in the last 4 years, we have seen a significant decline in many OECD countries, whereas in the Philippines, we have seen stable learning outcomes. So I think that's a great strength, but the gap is still wide. I also want to point out, when we look at social disparities, you can see very clearly that on the right side of the chart, you have some countries like in Asia, these would be, Singapore, Japan, and the systems of Hong Kong, Macau, where the social gap is very small. That is, students from all backgrounds succeed in education. Whereas you can see the Philippines on the left side, the impact of social background on success is very large. Students from privileged backgrounds have quite good performance. Students from disadvantaged backgrounds are trailing significantly behind. So closing that social gap is a very important objective. And that has mainly to do with, the allocation of resources. How do you attract talented teachers into difficult schools and so on? If you go to Hong Kong, if you go to Japan, Singapore, these systems are very good at that. And in the case of the Philippines, often resource allocation remains regressive. That is, students from disadvantaged families have lower teacher quality according to PISA and lower material resources. Money is always important, but as you can see in this chart, the correlation between investment in education and learning outcomes is not so straightforward. If you look at countries that spend a lot, you can see, for example, Singapore and Qatar invest equal amounts in education, roughly equal, but Singapore is the world's top performer and Qatar performs quite poorly on this. So money is not everything. And you can see the same when you compare Vietnam and the Philippines. Both invest comparatively little in education. They are both on the left side of the chart where spending per student is still quite low. But in the case of Vietnam, Vietnam performs far better than predicted by its spending, whereas Philippines performs worse than predicted by the spending. What this really tells you is that it's not just the amount of money that's being spent, but how those resources are invested. When you look at countries that achieve a lot with very little money, they typically are countries that invest in the quality of teachers. They attract, bright people into the profession. They invest in them initially. They provide an environment where teachers continue to learn. So there's a lot of money going into teaching, and often money is saved with the size of classes. So there are different spending choices that are being made. Many countries these days face big shortages of teaching staff. That's also true in the Philippines, but less so than on average across OECD countries, and certainly less so than for countries on the right side. But we can see that it is a drain on outcomes. We can see very clearly that in schools which lack qualified teaching staff, results are worse. Schools which lack assistant staff, you can see also that's been negatively associated with resources. The lack of material resources, particularly in disadvantaged schools, plays out negatively. Physical infrastructure is still a problem, and certainly digital infrastructure. So you can see really that the many factors when it comes to material and staff resources that play out negatively in terms of outcomes. I want to highlight one thing that is, I think, quite important these days, and that is students' exposure to digital technology. You can see when teachers are using technology for learning, basically technology used in instructional design, we cannot see much of a relationship to outcomes. Some teachers in the Philippines are using technology very well, and others are using it in not so productive ways. So if you average this out, we cannot see a clear relationship between technology intensity in classrooms and learning outcomes. But what we see very clearly is a very negative relationship between students using their own smartphones in school. Now, many students get distracted. Many students feel that they get anxious. They are dependent on smartphones. And you can see that is a big factor that influences results negatively. And that actually influence is stronger than the influence of the pandemic over the last 4 years. So that's something to watch out. On the one hand, you can use technology for learning in very productive ways, but when it's used for leisure, students using their own smartphone, this is something that has clearly detrimental effect on outcomes. Now, you can see that here when we ask students, for example, do you feel anxious when you do not have your smartphone with you? You can see the Philippines is one of the countries where that is most the case, more so than in most OECD countries. And we see very clearly where students feel anxious when they don't have their smartphone, they're less well in mathematics, they are less happy with their lives, they are less in charge of their emotions and less resistant to stress. Last point on teachers. This is a positive outcome. Actually, most students in the Philippines feel that their teachers support them. They're very available when they needed help. That's an answer that students give us usually positively, also during the years of the pandemic. And it is something very important. Where students feel that teachers are accessible, you can see very clearly that those students were more confident in their own learning abilities. That's what we want these days, that students are not just passive consumers in classrooms, but active learners. And you can see that is very closely related to students feeling a close relationship with their teachers. And then, of course, academic performance is also very much a function of that social relationship with teachers. Education is not just a transactional business. It's very much a social, a relational experience, and the quality of those relations between students and teachers is really very important, very, very key. On the not so positive side, you can see that many students in the Philippines do not feel safe in their schools, and that is negatively related to learning outcomes, negatively related to student well-being. And this is an area to work on. The perception of safety is not well developed. We also see that many students in the Philippines do not feel a strong sense of belonging. If I compare that, with Switzerland or Austria, most students feel a sense of identity in school. They feel that school is a place where they belong, where they make friends, where their teachers and everyone supports them. Whereas in the Philippines, many students feel isolated and don't feel school is like a home for them. Very last point is on the growth mindset of students. I already mentioned that. What you can see very clearly is that in the case of the Philippines, many young children believe that the intelligence they were born with determines everything. So they don't feel in charge, they don't feel ownership over their learning processes. And you can see very clearly this is a very powerful predictor of the quality of education. So if the Philippines would be more, like Estonia, like Ireland, Germany, Japan, where students feel in charge of their own learning, you would certainly, see better learning outcomes. Now, that growth mindset is a very important predictor. And it's something that teachers frame every day in the ways in which they work with students. If you tell a student who's not doing well, you're doing well, you destroy that growth mindset. If you tell a student every day, you're not good enough and you can never, succeed, you destroy that growth mindset. If you tell a student every day, yeah, yesterday was not good, but today is a little bit better, you put some effort in, you succeeded, that's how we develop the growth mindset. And you can see really across countries, it's not just about, quality of teachers, material resources, and all of that. But it's often very much about how do we develop that mindset. And that's all. I would be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Andres. Well, to start off, just to inform you, the flag that was used is not the Philippine flag. I'm not very sure if it's the. Yeah, the first two slides were correct, but the subsequent slides were not the Philippine flag. Just a little comment, Mr. Andreas. Mr. Andreas, I saw in one of your presentation, and I also created a slide for this, and this is actually quite striking for me. The spending, how countries spend on a per capita basis. And I was comparing ourselves with some of our neighbors here in the Philippines. We're in Vietnam and the Philippines on a per capita basis here. More or less spent the same. No? But obviously, Vietnam outperformed the Philippines by a mile. No? And if you compare the U.S., of course, the U.S. is with a top economy. They spent so much on a per capita basis. But if you compare them with Vietnam, it's not much different. No? In fact, they perform below OECD average. So, can you give us more insights on this? Because honestly, the common knowledge or the common belief here in the Philippines, you spend more, you improve grades. No, but this slide is telling us otherwise. No, so can you give us more insights on this? And can you, if you have any information, how come Vietnam is performing more efficiently? I would say, no, in terms of resources compared to other countries. No?
Yeah, thank you. I think this is a very pertinent question. If you look at, I start with the United States. You know, in the United States, almost half of the money does not arrive in the classroom. It ends up in administrative spending and other out-of-school expenditure. So that's obviously a drain on resources. The United States has often prioritized smaller classes over better teachers. So despite the fact that it spends a lot on education, teachers are not paid very well, and the working conditions of teachers are not good. Teachers have little time for other things than teaching. So it is not such a surprise that the United States does so poorly on PISA despite a lot of investment in education. When you look at Vietnam, I think there are several things that Vietnam does really well when it invests its money. First of all, it invests its money squarely where good results are produced, and that is the quality of teachers. Vietnam is very impressive in the way it attracts, qualified candidates into the profession with good working conditions, but also how teachers are supported in their schools. Basically, the system is very, very good in helping good teachers to develop very fast and also supporting other teachers. If you are a great teacher in a very privileged school and you want to advance in your career, the system will do everything to attract you to an environment, to a condition, to a classroom where you can make big changes, big improvements. So the system is very, very good in using its teachers, developing its teachers, building strong teaching careers. I think that's and I already alluded to this. What is also striking in Vietnam, I'm talking about Vietnam. What is also striking about Vietnam is that they're very, very good in matching resources with needs. The system is quite sensitive to the social and economic conditions of schools and quite good in aligning the quality of resources with the needs of the students. Whereas in the Philippines, we often see the reverse. We see that resource allocation is not progressive, but regressive. So the quality of resources often is positively correlated with the social background of schools. Schools in wealthier neighborhoods have access to better teachers, better material resources, very different from the case of Vietnam. So I think Vietnam is actually a very interesting example of a country that does not have much money in education, but invests its money in very smart ways, very effective ways, with great success really in terms of the quality of learning outcomes.
Another question, Mr. Andreas, is For similarly situated countries like ours, no? Aside from Vietnam, you mentioned Vietnam. What are the best practices that you have seen that you also recommend to the Philippines, so that we can improve our outcomes over time? No? Aside from the ones you mentioned in Vietnam, for example, you mentioned about matching resources with needs. But aside from that, for similarly situated countries, because we cannot be compared, let's say, with Qatar or with Norway, but with similarly situated countries, what have you observed that we could also emulate here in the Philippines?
Yeah, I think a couple of things. The first, and it's perhaps the most challenging, is really about curriculum implementation. What we see from the PISA data is that students in the Philippines are often very good in reproducing the subject matter that they have learned. They can memorize it, they can replicate that knowledge, but students in the Philippines have really great difficulties with applying their knowledge in unfamiliar, novel situations, something that PISA puts great emphasis to because the modern world really requires students to use what they know creatively. And what we can see, and even, Indonesia would be an example that would be quite similar in the past to the Philippines, but has really made major efforts to change that curriculum model, to give students more project-based learning experiences, to make learning more authentic, to actually give students access to more to learning environments where they have to display greater agency. So I think that's important that the instructional model, the implemented curriculum, really adapts to a different world in which we live today. That where students need less the accumulation of subject matter content and more capacity to apply, use, create knowledge. And you can see in some countries in the region, I think there's been a quite tremendous efforts really to change that instructional paradigm with some success. Second point related to this is greater responsibility in schools for the design of effective learning environments. That's a challenge often, you don't want to give responsibility to schools that may not have the capacity. So this is really a careful balance. But we do see in many countries in similar situations that do better, that schools have greater ownership over the use of resources, the design of instructional development, sometimes over the hiring of teachers as well. And all of that is important to give schools sufficient kind of ownership over that. Now, you can look at Malaysia that has worked very hard on that kind of redesign of the instructional model, and that's where we see the Philippines still very much in a very traditional model of education.
Thank you for that, Andres. And there's also another in the contextual variable that PISA contains. There's also another interesting portion here, no? And this is actually a big discussion here in the Philippines. The language used to test students, and in the Philippines, 93% of the students who were tested in PISA said that the language they spoke at home is different than the language used to test them in PISA. What's your comment on this? And are there other countries that are similarly situated compared to the Philippines but perform better or had better learner outcomes?
Yeah, that is something that is actually quite unique in the case of the Philippines, even though you have many countries where you would have above 50-60% of students speaking another language. But in the case of the Philippines, it's actually quite pronounced that the language of instruction, the language of testing is different from the language spoken at home. There are some countries that are very good in overcoming those disadvantages, where language does not play out very strongly in terms of academic results, but it is often a bit like social background, speaking the language of instruction, speaking the language of the test is very important. My only qualification here is that this is not just the language of PISA, this is the language of instruction. So if students have difficulties with PISA, then you can expect they will also have difficulties with following instruction in general terms. So I think overcoming that barrier, and it often, if you look at the countries that do that well, where a different language doesn't make such a difference, typically they start very early. Early childhood education and care are the key levers where you learn languages best. And you can see a great emphasis on the early years of education in those countries to provide a solid fundament for learning in school. Because again, if students have difficulties with the PISA test because of it's another language, you can expect that they have the same difficulties in the teaching and learning.
Thank you, Mr. Andreas. Thank you very much for your time, and once again, thank you very much for your openness and willingness to join us in this PISA review being undertaken by the Senate Committee on Basic Education. And we hope to see you in 2025 again. 2026. 2026.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very
much. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. With better results, the resource persons are saying here.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. So, any more last comments on this topic from our esteemed resource persons?
Chair.
Yes, Attorney Erap.
Just curious po dun sa last manifestation of Dr. Ed Fermin on the phase out or closures of teacher education institutes. Because in the naalala ko lang last hearing, Senator Win, that there's I think last hearing there was also a discussion on that, on how to phase out or close. There was Dr. Ed Fermin was mentioning about a draft CMO that would finally allow CHED to close. But I'd like also to manifest that as early as 2008, under the Manual of Regulations for Private Higher Education Institutions, the Commission is allowed motu proprio to close revoke programs, courses for gross mismanagement, inefficiency, and operation of programs. Marami pong grounds doon. So I wonder whether this has been implemented in other programs, including the teacher ed programs, and what prevented CHED from doing so. Kasi parang last hearing, parang there was the reason was being directed to the technical panels not recommending or not coming up with policies that would allow CHED to close. But there's an existing ano po. And then my follow-up question siguro with Dr. Ed Fermin and CHED is, what about the teacher education courses in state universities and colleges and LCUs, because they're not given separate recognition for programs, I suppose, unlike private HEIs. And this is important in quality assuring the TEIs po. Thank you.
Give Dr. Fermin a short time to respond, but I would like to do this. This should be a joint hearing, no, between the higher education and basic education, because they're interconnected. That's what Secretary Birones mentioned earlier. So I will be coordinating with Senator Cheese on this matter so that we can file a resolution jointly. But quick answer to this effect, and then later on we can go deeper once we conduct the joint hearing.
Mr. Chair, thank you, Mr. Chair. To my text mate, I'll reiterate my response. The MORFED doesn't categorically make use of the licensure as a requirement for closure. We assume that the non-performance in the licensure may be rooted in negligence, mismanagement, and so on and so forth, which the technical panel for teacher education is not solely responsible for. It's done at the level of the regional offices to recommend that directly to the central office. There is a data set showing that from 2003 to 2023, at the very least, I've seen 28 of them which have already been closed by the Commission on Higher Education. And, I'm sorry, including state universities and colleges offering the programs of teacher education in state universities and colleges who are actually part of the red list. So there's a red list, Mr. Chair, and in the submission that I've made to your office, you will see there the mechanism for the phase out, because the numbers that we are talking about is a long list. And in the proposed mechanism, which will soon be converted into a CMO form, actually it's already drafted as a CMO, discussed yesterday at the CEB meeting, you will see the strategy to expedite the closure process, the phasing out and closure process, which should be premised on due process. Because while we were inspired by what nursing did, there had been a problem in the implementation of the phase out and closure of nursing programs, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. San Antonio.
I just would like to highlight as a final word, of course, this is already found in the recommendations of the OECD. We have to really intensify school-based management that pays attention to learning. Although we know that the teachers themselves are the ones that deliver or facilitate the delivery of high-quality basic education services, we cannot ignore the fact that the principals and the kind of leadership that's happening in the school will also do a lot in motivating the teachers to provide very interesting lessons and more effective strategies in teaching. So I hope we won't forget the need for the principals and the school leadership structure to be attended to as well in efforts to improve education. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Dr. San Antonio. With that, we'll suspend the hearing for now, so that if ever other matters will come up, we can reconvene the committee. But thank you very much for your time, and thank you very much for your participation. I learned a lot, especially from this side of the group. They're very passionate, very lively, and very engaging. But thank you very much, and we will synthesize all of your comments and use your comments to generate a report and recommendations to the different agencies. So thank you very much, Dr. Carino. Before we terminate.
I might not be able to sleep if I will not mention. Thank you, Senator Win. When I just mentioned that probably the resources may not matter, but looking at the schools that performed well in the PISA, these are private schools with enough resources. The books are ready every year, no, which may not be so in our public schools. Every year, the books are there, the workbooks are there. But what about in our private school? So in our public school. So I hope we can improve in that. That in the matatag curriculum, hopefully we are really ready with all the resources that we need. And so I am mentioning this because we are always, the problem is probably always the resources, but in relation to decentralization, I think the resources will really be maximized if we give some kind of decentralized or empowered management, but let them be accountable for the results. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
That's a very good observation, Dr. Carino. In fact, I saw that in the list that you submitted to us. I just want to tweak the list, ASEC Torio. Aside from those, you gave us a list of schools who met the minimum standards of PISA. Would like to also have a list of schools who have the most number of students who met the minimum qualifications. So not the ones you gave us, I believe, are based on average scores, no? So we want to know the schools based on the number of learners who met the minimum qualifications. Sorry, minimum proficiency levels. So instead of just the average, the actual number of students who met the minimum proficiency levels, right?
Yes, this is noted, Senator.
Thank you.
We'll submit the report.
Yeah, and I duly noted your confidentiality requirement. So that's why we didn't flash it earlier.
Yes.
Yeah, this is for internal analysis. In line with Dr. Carino's comment, she's absolutely correct. When I was looking at the list, it's mostly actually only one, no? All private school except for one public schools, no? Public schools. So, but I just want to analyze further by looking at how many students actually in a particular school met the minimum qualification level.
Yes,
Alright.
yes, Your Honor. We'll submit the
And maybe we can
completed
use
document.
that as a topic for the next hearing.
Yes.
Right.
po.
Thank you. Thank you
Yes,
very
sir.
much.
Just to give update po concerning the concern of RD Stella regarding the provision of learning resources as it's now in the approved GAA that we had allocated 12 billion for the provision of learning resources for the implementation of our Matatag curriculum. And we had started with the procurement process based now on the new policy that we had crafted for the procurement and evaluation of learning resources. You started this TWG. We had the TWG during the previous administration, which reviewed the existing procurement policies as well as the quality assurance of not only our textbooks but our learning resources. So this was already these policies were already approved by the present administration, and these policies will apply now in the procurement of our textbooks, which of course will not contravene with the existing RA 8047 and RA 8194, the procurement law po. So next week opening na po ng bid, which unfortunately coincided with the EDCOM for 22 po. I got an information from our BLR team that schedule coincided with the opening of bid for the procurement of textbooks because BLR was summoned to attend that EDCOM meeting.
Talk about the schedules
Yes, po.
later on. Well, one of the quick offshoot of this hearing that I was discussing with the staff, maybe during the budget hearing we can include a provision there for preparation of PISA. Now, first, I picked up from our resource person that one of the best practices to improve our PISA results is to actually prepare the schools. No, so maybe we can. From Secretary Briones, I heard that during the first hearing. For 2025, maybe we can add a small provision. I don't think it will cost a lot, no. So that because next year we'll be taking PISA again.
Yes,
So
sir.
let's include the budget to prepare the schools who
Yes,
will
sir.
be undertaken. No?
Yes, sir.
So these are just ideas that came out of the hearings.
Yes, sir. Just to mention po that this is the second time that our country is participating in the PISA. So, third time. 20, yes po. Prior to our participation to the 2022 PISA, ang haba po ng deliberation namin. Ang haba po whether or not we will still participate because of the poor performance we had in the 2018 PISA. Pero because of the leadership of Ma'am Liling and of course my boss Yusek Dads, we participated in the 2022 PISA. We prepared our schools. Noon po kasi, alam naman ng mga RDs yan, hindi naman natin pinag-usapan yung PISA noon po. We prepared for the 2022 PISA, kaya lang po nagkaroon ng pandemic. But just the same po, ang laking suporta po ng mga LGUs, even parents, teachers po natin for our participation in the 2022 PISA po. That PISA, as already reported, the examinations were administered lockdown po pa po tayo noon, pero nakayanan po ng mga schools po natin. And now we are already preparing for the 2026 PISA, and we appreciate lahat ng mga nangyayaring ganito. So we are already preparing for our 2026 PISA with the Yusek China sitting as PISA board member po.
The side of the Senate, again, no, just off top ideas is to provide a provision already in the budget for the preparation. For other preparations also, like exposing to computers, to buying materials, let's already embed that in the budget so that there's already a clear provision for that. No? Yeah. All right. Secretary?
Hopefully only 2 sentences. Um, we were talking about the provision of textbooks. They were going to bid out the textbooks. But also another problem is we need to review the textbooks themselves. Because the situation during my time, during brother's time, and the present time is different. The challenges are not only different, but we cannot predict the challenges. So the kind of thinking that we want to instill will have to be reflected in the textbooks. If we are going to bid out and spend billions for textbooks, which were used before and some of which may not be meaningful anymore, then it might not be a good investment.
Thank you. Point well taken, Secretary Briones. So with that, we will suspend the hearing for now. Again, thank you very much for your attendance and participation. Maraming salamat.